GetReadyFG.com. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, NPN number 2083768.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives are the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. 0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X for just $369 a month for 36 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to learn more.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon is the secret to finishing your holiday shopping this year. Visit their locations in Glen Mills and Springfield, or you can go online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
No. So if you hear that music, you know it's Linda Kearns filling in for Dawn Stenslin. We hope she's back tomorrow. We hope she's resting up. Thank you to Jimmy Kelly, the just most amazing producer, and of course, Dan Borowski for supporting me here today. And coming up, I think he's ready. My first interview today, Senator Mike Testa from New Jersey.
Should be good.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Mike. How are you?
I'm great. Getting ready for the Christmas season here, and we're in lame duck session in New Jersey, so it's a little bit of a crazy time. But, you know, I asked for the job, and the voters voted me in office, thank God, and I'm blessed to represent the 1st Legislative District, so I'm a happy guy.
Well, Mike, I want to start out by just throwing out that you have the incredible Lauren Casper on your staff, and she obviously works with me in elections, and I just want to really give her a shout out because she is just... There's nobody like her, right?
You beat me to the punch. I was certainly going to give her a shout out for the credit for me being on this great show today. And you're absolutely right. There is nobody like Lauren. We have to get her back from Texas. She's in the Lone Star State right now. We have to get her back to at least Pennsylvania, but I'm still hoping that we can land her in New Jersey.
Yeah, as you know, I represented the Trump campaign in the RNC during the 2024 election in Pennsylvania. I could not have done it without Lauren. And, you know, she's just such a true believer. When she went to vote in Texas, they asked for her ID and they scanned it, and she just thought it was the best thing ever. She's just my girl.
Amen to that. There's so many. We could do a whole show on just how great Lauren Casper is and how integral she has been to my success in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, so now that the Lauren Love Fest is out of the way, I have so much to ask you, but let me start out by did you watch any of Trump's rally last night?
I did, from Pennsylvania. And look, it's an inspiring rally, as they always are. I mean, look, I was blessed to be involved in the largest rally that President Trump ever had in my legislative district in Wildwood, New Jersey, shortly after Congressman Van Drew went from Democrat to Republican. So I happen to love the President Trump rallies, and we get to actually see who, to utilize your term earlier, the true believers, who those true believers are, who still want to make America great again each and every day.
Yeah, I actually spoke at one of those rallies during the 24 election. I'm not sure I ever want to stand in front of 10,000 screaming MAGA fans ever again. I think that's a one and done.
Don't sell yourself short. I miss it. I was there in 2020. I was the brand new, somewhat shiny toy of the New Jersey GOP success story in 2019. And it was phenomenal. It was a memory that I will absolutely never forget, one that I cherish, getting to share the stage with Congressman Van Drew, then NJGOP State Chairman Doug Steinhardt, and of course, President Donald J. Trump.
You know, Senator Mike Testa, I am a little concerned because I feel like President Trump seems to be denying that there are problems in the economy, and that seems to be out of the Biden playbook. And I'm not sure that's the best tactic to take at this point. What do you think about that?
Look, I always believe in brutal honesty. Things take time. Look at President Ronald Reagan, my other favorite president, and probably my favorite president of all time. No offense to President Trump, just because he was the president when I was a young boy and starting to watch politics. And, I really believed in his leadership and how he helped bring down the Iron Curtain, for crying out loud. Trickle down economics, people have criticized it for years and said it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. It actually took a significant amount of time to take a large foothold. And President Clinton was just sort of there to get all of the largesse of trickle down economics. And people talk about what a great economy it was during President Clinton's term. And guess what? I believe it was truly trickle down economics taking its full effect. And he just was the lucky beneficiary. President Trump is doing a great work in attempting to repatriate manufacturing here in the United States of America. I'm the chair of the Manufacturing Caucus for the state of New Jersey. He is doing great things. He wants things made in America by American citizens. How can anybody really argue with that? But it's going to take time to show and bear fruit.
So, on that note, and to bring it a little bit more local for our New Jersey listeners, do you have a favorite piece of legislation or something that you want to introduce or that you want to be passed that's going to actually help New Jerseyans?
So I have two, if that's okay. I hope you don't mind.
I would love to hear it.
So the first one that I'm so very proud of, and look, I represent a legislative district that has, significant boardwalks and significant beaches. That's all of Cape May County. And the first bill that I'd like to talk about, there was a $100 million boardwalk preservation bill, which I got to be the co-prime of. It was my idea, but when you're in the minority party, guess what? You don't get to be the prime sponsor of a bill. And, $34.1 million of that $100 million made its way into Cape May County. And our boardwalks are really the engine of our tourism industry. They are the engine of our summertime visitors that come from New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Connecticut, and even Canada. Cape May County is the first county in the United States of America to have a tourism office in a foreign country, and that was in Canada. That's why there are so many Canadians that come and visit the Wildwoods in Cape May County each and every year. So that was really the first piece of legislation that I was extremely proud of.
Okay, so what's the second?
So it was the next New Jersey manufacturing bill. It was a $500 million tax credit that had $100 million, the first 20% that was reserved for renewable energy manufacturing components, such as small modular reactors, solar panels, geothermal, battery storage. That was the first $100 million, and then $400 million for advanced manufacturing. And it was directly in line with President Trump's hopes of being able to repatriate companies that had left the United States and bringing it back into the United States. And in our case, hopefully within the confines of the state of New Jersey, and also how many of the 9,500 manufacturers that exist already in the state of New Jersey who may want to scale but hadn't been able to scale because of the economic conditions that are in the state of New Jersey. And this tax credit will go a very long way to allowing them to scale. And it's partnered with and it's mandated in the bill that there is a workforce development component attached to those tax credits. So in order to qualify for those tax credits, guess what? You have to grow our workforce, a skilled workforce where people are making a very good wage, and typically with union benefits in the state of New Jersey. And guess what? They don't have that 4-year college debt and those useless degrees that you hear President Trump talk about that, pretty much qualify you to be a barista at Starbucks.
Right. So what's the status of both of those pieces of legislation?
Both of those pieces of legislation have been passed, signed into law. And, the manufacturing bill just got signed in August. And I think we're going to see some fruit bearing from that very soon.
So how frustrating is it in New Jersey when it sometimes feels like it's 3 different states? It's North Jersey, it's South Jersey, it's Middle Jersey. I mean, how can we make it a little more unified?
Look, we need to make it more unified. And I can tell you something that I've been fighting for years now, the 6 years that I've been in office. Cape May County is the second largest tourism county in the state of New Jersey. And all of our tax dollars sort of get sucked up and they go into Trenton, into what I call the black hole of the general fund of the budget. And it's really unfair to all of southern New Jersey for our roads, our bridges, our boardwalks, which are used by hundreds of thousands of visitors each and every year, and the wear and tear that our roads and bridges and boardwalks take. And those tax dollars should, in fact, be flowing back. But if you take a look at our budget, which went from $34 billion under Governor Chris Christie to $59 billion, this most recent budget, in the last budget of the Murphy administration, how much bloat and how much fat could be cut from that budget. But South Jersey sort of gets forgotten. And I can tell you, myself and my running mates, Eric Simonson and Antoine McClellan, the 2 assemblymen from the 1st Legislative District, have been fighting for those tax dollars to flow back into southern New Jersey since day one.
So the listeners, obviously, they're individuals. And what would you tell a frustrated constituent, someone who says, I just don't like how things are going? What can I do as an individual to help?
So typically, I would say that they should get involved in their municipal committee, in their municipal Republican committee. It starts at the grassroots. Far too many times, and I'm sure you've seen this at the level that you're at in Pennsylvania, having represented the president. I did that in 2020 here in New Jersey, and it was great when I received a check signed by President Donald Trump, for my legal services. Far too many people, the first time they get involved, they want to run for Congress or United States Senate or governor. It has to start at the grassroots level, at your municipal level. Maybe speak to your ward leader, perhaps your municipal chair, and start knocking on doors for someone else other than yourself in order to get them elected, because odds are they have been in the trenches a lot longer than you and may know, how the system works. There is an infrastructure. And that's something that I think a lot of the folks who are very frustrated with government don't understand, that there is an infrastructure to our political party system. And not that you always have to follow the system, because look, sometimes it's old and tired and it needs new life breathed into it, for sure. I'm well aware of that. But you know what? There is an infrastructure for a reason. That's how money is raised for campaigns. That's how messaging is done. And, and quite frankly, I think that's really where this last gubernatorial campaign failed.
You mean us not electing a Republican this last time around?
Yes. And I also think that the messaging really wasn't there to motivate people to get off their couch and change what has been happening in Trenton. I think, again, we have to go back to President Ronald Reagan asking United States citizens in 1980 whether they were better off today than they were 4 years ago with the Carter administration. My personal opinion is that the Chitterelli campaign should have been asking every single New Jerseyan every single day, are you better off today here in New Jersey than you were 8 years ago? And I truly believe that a large majority of New Jerseyans would have to admit that they are not better off today than they were 8 years ago.
I think, too, because I always represent the national campaign with the RNC and the president. But we come in these presidential election years and we boost up the local parties, we boost up the state parties, we recruit the poll watchers, the election workers, we get that infrastructure in place. And if these local parties were just a little more active during the non-presidential years, we would be so much stronger as a party.
Oh, amen to that. Look, I'm the county chairman in Cumberland County, and when I became the county chair, we were a 1-6 freeholder board then. Now it's a commissioner board and had none of the 3 constitutional officers. We actually went to a 7-0 board with 2 of the constitutional officers, and unfortunately, we've had a couple bad years, losing 2 seats by less than 200 votes. Again, we have to be intellectually honest with what has happened here in the last few years. And we're still going to have a majority for the year 2026, but it's going to be 4-3. So this year is a control year, but we still have 2 of the 3 constitutional officers. But look, you're absolutely right. It all starts with our municipal organizations, and they can't really take a year off after a major year, such as a presidential year. President Trump won Cumberland County by 2,000 votes just in 2024, but unfortunately, Jack Ciattarelli, our gubernatorial candidate this year, lost Cumberland County by over 2,000 votes. So it's a 4,000 vote swing in the Republican column in 1 year. That's unacceptable.
No, you're right, I just don't want the voters to get discouraged. Kind of like us Eagles fans, we can't get discouraged either. You just have to pick up the pieces and just keep going, even when you have these horrible losses.
Absolutely. You have to dust yourself off,
Right.
but you have to be honest. Where did we go wrong? Where are we going wrong? And we have to fix it. Just like a sports team as the Philadelphia Eagles, you have to be honest with yourself and say, what are we not executing on? That's typically what happened. The plays that are being called are probably good, but they're not being executed. And that's typically what I see from the county chair's perspective. I can call the plays, but unfortunately, sometimes the players either don't show up on the
Right.
field or they call an audible that makes the original play that's called look something completely different than what was called from leadership. And hey, what do we know? We only have all of the data and the messaging for years now.
Well, thank you, Senator Mike Testa, for coming on today. Where can we find you?
Listen, you can find me. I'm very easy to find on Facebook. It's Mike Testa. That's my political page. Senator Michael Testa is my governmental page. My personal page is just Michael Testa. You'll see me. I think I'm actually wearing this very jacket in my in my profile picture on 1 or 2 of those.
Always very well
pages.
dressed there, Senator.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I try. That's something I try to be, a sartorial for sure. And I greatly appreciate it. And I'm very easy to find. So thank you.
Okay, well, treat Lauren Casper like the queen that she is, or I'm going to steal her away from you. You got
Listen,
that?
she's been with me for over 6 years now, so I must be doing a decent job of that.
Absolutely. All right, well, thank you so much, Senator Mike Testa, and best of luck there in the Garden State.
Thank you so very much for having me. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mike. I think we have to go to break, right?
Yeah, we do.
It's
We
time.
do. We do have a great guest coming up, though, Dr. Eric Patterson.
Yeah, I can't wait. I know. We just have such a full schedule today.
And I'm excited to hear because they're talking about last night in the chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. They happen to see you there and
Oh, at the
Politics and Pints.
Yes.
So I want your review of it at some point during
Absolutely.
today's show as well. So 855-839-1210. Give us a ring if you want to chat with Linda.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Bills Happen.
Why not give the child in your life the gift of investing this holiday season? Financial advisor Ed Jertson says you can set up a low-cost brokerage account with a few simple investments and then watch the money grow with consistent contributions.
So they can see the eighth wonder of the world, the miracle of compounding over the months and years to come.
Unlike toys or clothes, he says, the investment account will build value for years. I'm Rob Hart.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, Bills Happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to BillsHappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to BillsHappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. BillsHappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here for United Tire and Service. The holiday season means road trips, family visits, and lots of driving. Before you hit the road, make sure your car is ready, starting with your tires. Right now, United Tire has the best pricing of the year, and when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. It could be brakes, an oil change, an inspection, whatever keeps you rolling through the holidays. So before you load up your car and head out to celebrate, swing by United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable, it is fast, and for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal for 10 days next spring. If you've loved our past events, go to conservativetours.com. This one is the best ever in my opinion. We will spend these days together touring the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of just strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages, just brimming with those seafood restaurants, Abidos and Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. Call now, 888-733-9494. Conservativetours.com, Spain and Italy. What an incredible trip. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Woo! And we are back on the Dawn Stensland Show. This is Linda Kearns filling in for Dawn, and we hope she's going to be back tomorrow and she's getting a lot of good rest.
Yeah.
You can contact us at 855-839-1210. We're here at 1210 WPHT waiting to hear from you, but...
Yeah.
I think, Dan, you mentioned that there's a mystery guest
Yeah,
before our next booked guest.
Yeah, so before we go to Dr. Eric Patterson, who's become a great guest, one of the favorites here on the Dawn Stensland Show, talking about communism, socialism, we have a mystery guest that wants to come on and just say a quick word to you, Linda. Mystery guest, how you doing? You'll know his voice right when you hear it.
Yeah, listen, I got a real problem with that interview you just did with that senator. There's no such thing called Central Jersey. And maybe if you weren't so focused all the time on Pennsylvania and realized that New Jersey matters too, you'd know that. Central Jersey doesn't exist, all right? Just like Elvis is not still alive.
I don't recognize this voice.
It's Rich C.O.
Oh, my heavens.
I love the fact that you don't recognize my voice.
You listen to him every day.
Show all the time. Wow. Unbelievable. Dan, you should have just ran with it. You should have just let it go.
I know, you should have given me some hints.
Just angry caller called it.
Zeoli, I have a whole list of grievances I need to go over with you. I don't know if we have the time.
Well, I wanted to make sure I squeezed this in before a guest. No, you're doing a great job. That was a great interview with Senator Testa. Well done.
Hey, let me ask you this, Rich, just real quick. Maybe we can do some live booking on the air. If indeed Linda does have to sit in tomorrow, maybe we can have an extended Rich Zeoli interview with Linda Kearns live on the Dawn Stensland Show.
Zeoli needs to be so afraid of that.
Okay, well, I'll hit you up on text there, Rich, and maybe we can get that going, sir. How's that?
That's fine. I do have a Fox News Christmas party.
I'm so shocked.
Fox and Friends.
Then I'm on America Reports in the afternoon, but maybe we can make it happen.
Well, thank you,
Dan, Rich is a big hit at my mom's senior center. He's real hit with the over 85 crowd. They love him, and my mom runs around saying, I know him. I love it.
Hi, Linda. Keep up the good work.
All right,
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you for calling in.
All right, more serious things now?
Yes.
Yes.
I did not recognize his voice. I really didn't.
No. All right, we got Dr. Eric Patterson now, a fantastic guest. Joins us on the Dawn Stensland Show often, but Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, he has so much information, and we wanted to bring him on, and you wanted to bring him on because he had a great piece written for Fox News Opinion, talking about socialism in our young children, in teenagers, high schoolers, college kids. How is it becoming ingrained? So let's welcome him in. There you go.
Good morning, Dr. Patterson. Thank you for coming on.
Linda, it's a pleasure. Thanks for having me, and it sounds like you're already having a good time today.
So Dan had sent me your article, and I absolutely love it. It's like it spoke to me.
Wow, thank you.
One of the things I want to start right off on is I'm getting a little concerned that the Democrats, and especially like this new mayor in New York, Mamdani, talks about the affordability crisis. And I think when President Trump and the Republicans buy into that wording and adopt those words, it's like a false premise that government can just solve affordability. So what do you think about that in light of the article you just wrote?
Well, I think you're right that there's at least two false premises there. So one false premise is that government is the solution for everything and that we ought to trust them. In fact, that we're entitled for them to take care of things. And that's the second false premise there. Is the particularly in a place like New York, where so much of the attention has been, that there's an entitlement, that people have some sort of right rather than a responsibility to make decisions about what's best for them and for their family. It may be that what's best for someone is to look for lower cost accommodations, to move west into Pennsylvania, to move into the heartland of America, where there's lots of jobs, lots of opportunities, rather than complaining about the affordability crisis, in quotes, that we hear about in New York.
Right. And I mean, government can do some things. It can, number one, get out of the way. That's a big one for me. Just let the market take over and set policies and laws to promote that free market, but not necessarily run the grocery stores. And the fact that our young people are just buying into this, I just don't understand it. It's like I don't think the last generation would have thought this was a good idea. So where is this all coming from?
Well, I think it's coming both from some deficiencies in the way that we've educated them formally, and it's coming also from some deficiencies in the lifestyle expectations. As I mentioned in the article, first, we have neglected an accurate telling of American history, this beautiful, beautiful story of expanding freedom, the fights for freedom that go all the way back to the 17th century, and how we've expanded that, but it's largely rooted in individual liberties and personal responsibilities and things that individuals and families and local collectives, starting a business, starting a charity, working through your church, Rotary Club, creating profit. We've lost a sense of how that is tied to checks and balances on government by individuals and communities. And instead, what's happened in formal education for the past 30 or 40 years is an increased neo-Marxist emphasis that says, listen, that old story's not true. American history is all about oppressor versus oppressed. It's white male Christians oppressing everybody else. And you know what? You ought to be ashamed about our past rather than revel in all of the great of American past. When you get this type of educational change in the way that many, many, many of our young adults and teenagers and high school students have been trained, it's no wonder then that they spurn the sense of America as a culture of responsibility and opportunity, and instead start to think, oh no, well, we're going to turn to government to solve our problems today.
So have any of the people who are proponents of these socialist policies been able to answer the question, what country did this succeed in? Have they ever answered that question?
You know what? Here's the thing: is that they tell something that's not true. So the answer, of course, is that no communist or hard left socialist regime, so the Soviet Union, North Korea, Venezuela, et cetera, not a single one of them has ever been successful. And none of those countries came in or stayed in power through elections. They never work. The only time that they actually have any kind of economic success is when they actually renege on on elements of their Marxist plans, and that the state controls a limited amount of opening to some elements of a market economy. That's the only time that these kind of geriatric regimes like the one we see in China keep themselves in power. It just never works when the state runs everything. Here's the thing. The other untruth, though, is that they'll point to, for instance, the Scandinavian countries and say, oh, they're socialists. But it's not true. The Scandinavians will tell you, we're market-based economies. We take care of individual liberties. We have corporations, but we've decided to have a higher social safety net. We've decided to have much higher taxes, but people are free. They can move. They can choose the job that they do. They can choose where they go to school. It is not a socialist system.
Right. And, you mentioned corporations, and so often I hear the demonization of corporations. Corporations are bad. We should be taxing the corporations, but that affects all of us. If you have a 401k, that you're going to get hurt if you overtax corporations, and the prices are that's going to trickle down to the consumer. So how can we get that message across to these young people?
Well, part of the problem here is the lack for so many of them. By the way, these aren't dumb young people.
Right.
They're smart. They're talented. They're not lazy. But very few of them have a sense of how value is created, how their own work creates value, how labor produces value. Because many of our young adults, and here in Washington, I have lots of interns. I've worked with lots of students as a college professor over the years. And the vast majority of the students that we see here, and I think it's probably true in lots of urban environments, they've never worked at McDonald's. They've never worked in retail. They've never had to pay their own bills. And so no wonder they have an affordability shock, if you will, at the age of 22, 23, 24, if all of those things, their phone bill, their transportation bill, their food bills, their K-12 education, their college, their healthcare, that's all been taken care of during their youth and well into their young adulthood. So no wonder they don't understand that that corporations are people going to work.
Right.
That nonprofit corporations have to make a profit. In other words, they have to make some profit to pay their people, just like for-profit corporations do. There's just not an understanding of that.
And those jobs teach people so much, like just basic things. Show up on time. Do what you're supposed to do. Hey, if somebody else doesn't show up, I have to do more work. Hey, if someone isn't doing the work they're supposed to do, I have to do more work. So I think that those types of part-time jobs for kids, teenagers, they're just an excellent part of an education. And I think they're really missing out by not pursuing that.
What you and I are talking about is citizenship and kind of the social school of citizenship. That's the experiences that we want children and then teenagers and young adults to have. And the founders and even people just a generation ago had a sort of expectation that our civil society institutions, our churches and houses of worship, our civic clubs were reinforcing the things that were happening at home, and that those were reinforcing what was being taught in school, that it would be a patriotic, although realistic, story about U.S. history and things. And then the life experiences of getting a part-time job, working during the summer, volunteering, that all of these things would create a kind of active, responsible citizen and a voter who understood what it meant to be a taxpayer. All of those assumptions right now are in question because we can't trust that we've been inculcating this type of responsible citizenship in our young people. And that's on us. We need to change course in the way that we're bringing them along.
Well, on the subject of young people, our producer Dan just had a baby, and I think he's interested in what he can do.
Yeah, well, not only that, I'm just curious. I want your thoughts, Doc, because you work with young people all the time, and you see it firsthand. In the world of conspiracy theories in the conspiracy community, which I sometimes dabble in, there is an individual by the name of Yuri Bezmenov. He's a former KGB, he's a defector, and he talks about the idea of ideological subversion, an old KGB tactic that they would use, where they would essentially work generations ahead of time and try to subvert ideologically an entire society, an entire culture of young people into believing stuff that will just rip apart a nation. And it's an idea that there's a nefarious effort by Russia or by China to essentially ingrain themselves with this ideology in young people to make it so they can't agree with one another, so society just can't function. I'm genuinely curious, Dr. Patterson, do you think there's a nefarious coordinated effort by our adversaries to do this to our young people?
We know, we have the evidence that this happened during the Cold War, that our adversaries, particularly the Soviet Union, tried to sow discord through the media, through Hollywood, on university campuses and things to cause confusion. And I do believe, I haven't seen hard and fast, but there's quite a few reports floating around. We've seen it happening in Europe, and that we've seen it happen in the United States. And there's a range of messages, right? Some of the messages are soft messages. China's not that bad. Why are you beating up on China? There's a lot of that type of messaging out there, to ones that are much more devices, trolling activities, bombarding activities that are designed to raise the temperature, to raise the partisan temperature, to put Americans at odds with one another. And then there's plenty of fake history things going on, whether it's Russia rewriting maps to pretend that there was never an area or a culture called Ukraine, to things in the United States. So we should be worried. But Dan, if you have a new baby, congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
And I would say that as we enter the period of 1776 remembrances, our 250th anniversary, I would, for little kids, there's a book by Myrna Blythe that came out maybe 20 years ago now called How to Raise an American. And it's about how to instill these things with activities and readings and things for your kids. That'd be a great place to start.
That's a fantastic idea. Thank you, sir.
And I think, too, giving children experiences, like bringing them to Valley Forge or bringing them down to Maryland to see where Francis Scott Key wrote the national anthem. You see that once, you never forget it. You think about it in front of every sports game. You think about what that looked like. And if you can kind of incorporate that into your vacations, I think that really helps children understand our history.
And Linda, we'd love to have them come when they come to DC, come to visit us at the Victims of Communism Museum. We're open Tuesdays to Saturdays throughout the year. And our programs emphasize the blessings of liberty, but we tell an accurate history of the last 100 years of global communism and the horrific tools and tactics that the communists use in every country, whether it's Cambodia or Eritrea or Cuba or North Korea or the Soviet Union or China's 300 concentration camps today. We tell an accurate story of that. And it's a great place to come right here in Washington.
So thank you so much for talking to me today about this. Can you tell us where we can find you, Dr. Eric Patterson, and where we can find the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation?
That's great. Thank you. Thanks. We're easy to find online at victimsofcommunism.org. Our educational materials can be seen there on the website or on our Amazon bookshop, which has dozens and dozens, including of resources, the books to read to your children, including inspiring ones about children who came here. And of course, we're on Facebook and Instagram, LinkedIn, and on other social media as well. And of course, we'd love to see you at the museum or digitally. Linda, thanks so much. Dan, thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, and have a very Merry Christmas.
Well. Merry Christmas.
What a guy. What a guy.
Yeah, that was so interesting. His article is great. You can find it on Fox News. And I think that we're going to commercial break, and we'll be right back. Please listen to what these sponsors have to say. They make this entire radio station possible, and they have some great products out there. And if you patronize them, then it just helps us do what we do. So we will be right back, and we're going to have my two friends on, Justin Reamer, an electrical learner, and Hans von Spakowski. Yes,
Hans is coming on.
I dug into my,
Wait, you're
my
friends with
friend
Hans? I didn't
group.
know that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm friends with everybody.
It seems that way. Yeah. Excited to hear it. See you on the other side.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So we are back here on the Dawn Stensland Show. This is Linda Kearns filling in for Dawn Stensland. I am honored to be here. You can reach us at 855-839-1210. And I am really excited for our next guest. He's a good friend. And can the guest hear the music, the lead-in music on YouTube, Dan?
Don't know if they can. Hold on. I think he can. I think he should be able to.
Because coming up, and we're going to let him in right away, is my very good friend Justin Reamer, one of my favorite election law lawyers. But Dan, he has something in common with you.
Oh, what's that?
Huge G-Love fan.
Oh, I love it.
He also just found out recently that I've represented G-Love for over 25 years and was just as shocked as you. Didn't understand
It's quite shocking
how that flew under the radar for
yeah.
so long when, I have this reputation for about ballots and elections and all that kind of stuff. So you and Justin have a lot in common, and maybe rather than talk about elections and voting, maybe you guys could just trade G-Love war stories because you are both fans.
Did he also learn to play guitar because of G-Love?
You know what? That I don't know.
Maybe,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I do try to. I told him I'd try to get him tickets next time G-Love was in his area. So absolutely.
Now, are we connected or is he frozen?
Oh.
He might be frozen. Justin, you there? Oh no.
Is he still frozen?
Yeah, he's gonna have to rejoin that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. While I get that going, can you tell me how politics and Pinus was last night? Dom Giordano was sitting out there in the hall, and they're talking about it in the chat. And
yeah, no.
Great
Well, first of all, Dom's just such a great interview. It's just it's just a pleasure to watch him. And I think my favorite part was Scott Jennings' imitation of President Trump. I can't do imitations, so I always really admire somebody who can do imitations. And Scott talked about how when he would go to the Oval Office and to interview him or meet with him, what Trump would tell him, and he did it in this amazing Trump voice, and I always appreciate. But I definitely learned a lot at that event. I'm really excited to read the book. I don't actually watch a lot of TV, so I haven't really seen Scott on television a lot. So I think that Dom doing these types of events gets this message out and gets him out to people who might not otherwise be that familiar with him.
I love that. I'm happy it was a great event. I didn't know he did an impression. That's fantastic.
Yeah, he did it at the...
We do have Justin connected now, too, by the way. Hey, Justin, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing fantastic.
Good morning, Justin. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks, Linda. And I'm sorry I had to jump on my phone because my computer was acting up a little bit.
Oh, it happens. Well, I don't know if you heard the lead-in, but Dan, our producer here, played a G-Love song, and I said how you and Dan have something in common, which was until recently you didn't realize I've been G-Love's attorney for almost 25 years. So, and you're both fans, so there you go.
That's right. That's such a great coincidence, and what a great client to have.
Yeah, I know. I'm not all about ballots and voting and.
Just can't imagine her in the green room with G-Love and his friends imbibing in something, green.
I've never smoked pot. I've never done any of that.
I couldn't imagine you have. That's why I'm shocked your friends with G-Love.
Garrett G-Love. Excuse me. I call him Garrett. He's always saying, like, you have to smoke pot. You have to smoke pot. And he also says, You know what, Linda? You'd be the perfect woman just if you weren't a Republican, because look, he's not.
Is he single?
No. But I mean, we've been together so long.
Yeah.
But and I say, good, go find a Democrat to represent you. He said, no. I'll keep you.
Justin, did you sense a little smile there when I asked if he was single? No, please.
Well, let's get to Justin, because
Sorry.
I've worked with election law lawyers all over this country, and most of them I don't like, I have to say. But Justin, you are absolutely one of the top 5. So I want to start out by saying that.
Well, thank you, Linda, and I would include you in that list as well. We do have some tough customers, the cliche lawyer personality, but not all of us are terrible.
Exactly. Well, I'm going to start off with probably a pretty tough question, which is, you work in a lot of different states. You're familiar with a lot of different states. You've been counsel to the RNC. You've been involved in elections all over America. What is Pennsylvania's problem? I mean, are we the worst as far as elections?
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think Pennsylvania, at least out of the really contested states that you hear about, in the news every cycle, time and time again, Pennsylvania is the worst. I think its laws are written most poorly and are sort of very archaic, have not been updated to reflect the times we're in. Yes, unfortunately, I hate to say that, but it's true.
Well, you're here today to talk about your organization, RITE, RITE, Restoring Integrity and Trust in Elections. So tell us and tell the listeners why. Well, first of all, what RITE does and why it's so important, and what you do in a Commonwealth like Pennsylvania that has these terrible laws.
Sure. Well, so RITE was set up after the 2020 election, and I don't need to give listeners a refresh on what happened there when it comes to election integrity. And there was a sense that we needed more groups to be out there fighting in the courts on these voting issues. And so we were set up to add another organization to be out there suing and helping defend laws that are under attack. And so we've been set up now for over 3 years, and we run around the country and essentially sue states and counties when they're not following the law, including in Pennsylvania. We've been active in a lot of lawsuits, including the undated ballots litigation that everyone knows well about by now, but also some cases at the county level. And so, we look for when officials are not following the law, when they're doing something the law doesn't allow for them to do, or not doing something that the law requires them to do. And we take them to court, and we do our best to get a victory for election integrity.
And I wish it didn't have to involve litigation. I wish that our legislatures would get their act together, but we just can't in Pennsylvania, or there's some impediment. I think it's a combination of we can never seem to have the governor and the legislature from the same party. And also, I find, and I'm wondering if you find this too, sometimes when legislatures draft these laws, if they don't ask the right people, they come up with a law that doesn't work.
Yeah, the law of unintended consequences, that's absolutely right. And I think, there's not every state sees the amount of litigation that Pennsylvania has. And actually few do see. I think Pennsylvania has probably been, maybe along with Arizona, the most litigated, state in the country. But yeah, for whatever reason, the legislature, they've not been able to come together and fix some of these issues. And, it's not always even about like what's the most controversial things. Like, are we going to have voter ID? Are we going to count undated ballots? Or are we going to allow for curing? It's just, some of it is just the basic mechanics of the election process, which if you read the Pennsylvania election laws, they're like stuck in the 1920s. There's large provisions that are completely irrelevant. And all that does is just gunk up the system. It gunks things up for people like us that are representing candidates and political parties, but it also makes things difficult for election officials.
Right. And that's why I think it's so important for the listeners to understand that while we may not be able to change the laws, they can help. They can sign up to be an election worker or run for it in their locality. They can volunteer to poll watch, because when you're there and you're present, you can at least keep an eye on what's going on. And I think that's half the battle.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the people that volunteer to poll watch or even be poll workers for that matter are really doing a huge service to their communities because you need eyes and ears on the ground to observe when things happen. And, you see it every election in Pennsylvania, for example, in Chester County, right, in the last election when they
Debacle.
just yeah, debacle. They just didn't print the names on the poll books for any voter that was not affiliated with either of the major political parties. And, like, sure, they responded, they did what they could, they made some mistakes, but having eyes and ears on the ground when those things happen is extremely important. They can document what happened, they can document how election officials responded to the incident, and just make sure that the candidates and political parties are aware of what's happening. And obviously, it's a big part of building trust in the process. I think a lot of people, when they do observe, they realize that by and large, our elections are generally trustworthy, and there's sometimes not a lot to see.
Right. Yeah, I absolutely would agree with that. I remember my brother was one of my watchers in 24, and I saw that he was like tweeting while he was watching, and I texted him. I said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Well, it's really boring to watch this." I said, "Exactly. That's what the job is. Because if it's boring, things are probably going well." I always say that my most successful poll watcher was someone where nothing happened because your presence prevented something from happening.
That's absolutely right. It's having the presence there. If there's an election official that may be disinclined to following the law, and they know they have somebody, it doesn't even need to be a lawyer, but just having somebody in the room observing the process, it's going to make things be much more run in accordance with the law.
Right. So, with Right, restoring integrity and trust in elections, Justin Reamer, tell us about what's going on. You have something going on in Maryland with, here we go again, non-citizens on the voter rolls, which you and I do a lot of voter roll work. So tell us what Right's doing about that.
Sure. Well, there was famously, and maybe some of your listeners are aware of this, and there's actually, believe it or not, a Pennsylvania connection here. There's a gentleman that was recently arrested out in Iowa. He was the Des Moines School District superintendent, the largest school district in the state. And he was arrested for being an illegal alien who had weapons, unlawful weapons as an illegal alien, and a pretty long rap sheet throughout the time he's been in the United States. And folks in Maryland figured out that he was actually registered to vote in Prince George's County, which is one of the biggest counties in the state. It's right outside of DC. And he had been registered for several years. And he had basically indicated that he was a citizen when he registered to vote. And of course, the state asked no questions about whether or not he was in fact a citizen. And we got involved because when another group had requested unredacted voter registration records for him, because we were all trying to figure out how did this happen, just trying to get to the bottom of it, the county essentially redacted all of the information on the application. I joked it looked like one of those CIA documents you see, when like everything's been redacted except for like and B.
And everything on a voter registration application is public record, really, because except maybe the last four of your social security number, because, and this guy, I'm sure didn't have one because he was an illegal alien, because voter records are public record. So what was their reason for redacting?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Linda. I know you've been involved in litigation on this issue in Pennsylvania. They had cited a provision of state law, which is also in federal law, that says you can't disclose the identity of where the person registered from. So this is really, the idea is to protect people who register to vote at like Medicaid agencies. I guess, that it's okay. You don't want people to know if they're on government assistance, but that was their basis. And they redacted the sex, like where you put male or female, his birth date, his address, all information which under federal law is very clearly required to be disclosed under a federal law that gives you access to voter rolls, gives the public access to the voter rolls. So we wrote them a nasty letter that basically said, you've got to unredact these records or else we're taking you to court. And they did relatively quickly back down and give us unredacted registration records with everything but essentially the driver's license number, fully disclosed. So, I mean, these are the kinds of things without groups like ours that just don't get prosecuted, right? Like there's just no one out there coming in and saying this is illegal, something needs to be done, because lawyers just aren't out there looking to do this stuff for free. And so our groups like ours make sure that these things can be resolved.
And Right is a 501c3, right? Correct?
So we're a 501c4,
okay.
But we do have a 501c3 sort of sister organization that's involved in these issues as well.
And Justin Reamer, where can our listeners look up what Right's currently doing?
Yes, so rightusa.org is our website, and we've got a list of all the cases around the country that we're active in on voter ID and voter registration integrity and absentee voting safeguards. So please check out our website, and we're going to continue to be active in Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, for the foreseeable future, I think that's going to have to be the case.
And Justin, you and I have talked about my frustration that not everyone on Twitter is an election expert. And not everything that you read and every theory that you see is true or correct. And some of them are so incorrect that it can be damaging. So that's why I encourage listeners to go to a site like yours to really learn the real deal.
Well, thank you. And unfortunately, you're exactly right, Linda. I mean, I think there's a lot of well-meaning people that have concerns about the process, but have sort of reached wrong conclusions or read things that aren't substantiated. And, there's so many real issues on election integrity that we need to address that we shouldn't be fixated on ones that are sort of fabricated or manufactured. And I think that's really important for listeners to remember.
Right, because during elections, what I get concerned about and what was a big part of my job in 2024 was debunking a lot of those myths, because I don't want a voter ever to stay home and say, well, there's a non-citizen on the voter roll, so my vote won't count. I always encourage voters, go out and vote no matter what. Like, there's really no excuse not to vote. Do you agree?
Oh, 100%. And I think you absolutely need to go out and vote. You can't just be in despair that you think our elections are just not legitimate. Certainly we have problems. Certainly there is fraud around the margins in our elections process, but we've got people like you, people like me that are out there fighting the good fight. And the truth is we've made significant strides in election integrity over the past several years. And there's no doubting that. The courts generally agree with us on these issues. Legislatures, unfortunately not in Pennsylvania, but in other states, have made significant reforms to tighten up the process. And so voters absolutely should feel confident. Doesn't mean we're going to not stop fighting, but voters should feel confident.
Right. I always think of it as a marathon, not a sprint. And you and I worked together here in 2022 on the senator election, which we, of course, lost, the governor election. But I felt like that was a training ground for 2024. And I think that we learned so much during 2022 that by the time 2024 rolled around, we were ready. And I think that listeners have to understand that even when we're unfortunately losing and it's breaking our hearts, people like you and me, we're learning what the issues are so that next time around we can really address that.
No, that's absolutely right. And I think having the same people involved and getting that institutional memory to be able to just not come in for the first time in an election and say, okay, I'm here to save the day, is so important. And I know you've been involved in these battles for so long, and you absolutely learn every single time what worked, what didn't work, what do we need to do better. And I think, the National Party has been very good about recognizing that. And, we have to continue to just not forget the importance of these issues and not just every 2 years, pop up a election integrity operation. It's got to be done, around the year, in off years, in all off year elections.
Well, I will tell you in 24, one of the commissioners in Philadelphia had mentioned to me that, yes, we have to hold and reconcile these poll books because of that Wright lawsuit. And I don't remember when we did that, but it has a long-term effect. We sue, we get a court order, and here we are a few elections later, and it's still in effect. So they're still complaining about you.
That's good. That was one of our, first real big cases where, we went into Philly with your help and said, you need to make sure that you're auditing your processes so that you're not double counting votes, because, people would return their ballots through the mail and then be worried that they weren't going to make it back in time. So they'd show up to vote in person. And sometimes both of those ballots were getting counted. And Philly said, we're going to do away with the process that makes sure that doesn't happen. And, essentially we shame them into continuing.
And that's what it takes. And until our laws are much, much better, we absolutely need organizations like yours. So where can we find you? I keep calling it Twitter, but I know it's X. Where can we find you and your organization on X and all the social media so our listeners can look you up?
Yes, thank you. We're on, it's restoring_USA. And if you just type in Wright, it should show up. And we're active on X. I'm like you, I still call it Twitter. And other social media. So check us out and you'll get updates on our litigation and other activities.
All right. And Justin Reamer, thank you so much. And the listeners should know, they might not know your face, but you have been such a worker here in Pennsylvania. You've been so instrumental in helping keep our elections safe. And our listeners should thank you, as I do, because there's nobody like you.
Well, thank you, Linda, and keep fighting the good fight.
And I think Dan's playing some G-Love. I don't know if you can hear that. I don't know if the YouTube can hear that, but there you go. So watch G-Love's schedule, and next time he's in your area, I'll get you some backstage passes, okay?
That sounds great.
All right. Thank you so much, Justin.
Thanks, Linda.
What a great guy he was. Hey, on the note of G-Love, Sarah, who met you last night.
Is she the one who gave me the cookies?
Yeah, she gave you the cookies. She says, Dan, tell Linda I still need a ticket for the Sellersville show. She'll pay for it, but they're sold out.
I know.
She gave her some cookies last night, hoping that might, nudge you forward.
I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do on that. I know he sold that out so quickly.
That's amazing. Yeah, she was the one that let us know during the interview that it was sold out because she wanted those tickets so desperately. Yeah.
So I listeners really should know how much goes on behind the scenes. Like sometimes people say, what's happening? What is anyone doing anything? Well, sometimes these lawsuits, sometimes they can be tedious, they can be drudgery, but they're happening. Organizations like Justin, they just keep working to make our elections safe. So we are out there really trying, and I know it doesn't always seem like it, but absolutely. So coming up, we have my very good friend, Hans von Spakowski, one of my other favorite lawyers. We'll be right back after you listen to our great sponsors.
Weather sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union.
It is a milder day today with mostly cloudy conditions with some rain around through the afternoon, high up around 45. Tonight, a chance for some rain early, otherwise partly cloudy, low 33 for the city, colder out in the suburbs, and a colder and windy day on Thursday, partly sunny with a high 36.
Harvest the rewards of smart banking at First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Dawn Stensland here. You know, the Piazza Auto Group is so committed to supporting our communities throughout the year. And during the holiday season, Piazza partners with the Salvation Army, collecting toys for local children. This year's no different. Show your support by dropping off a new unwrapped toy in the collection bin at your local Piazza dealership through Friday, December 12th. And during your visit, why not say hello to the team? For more information about the Piazza Toy Drive or just to browse their extensive inventory, visit PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I
I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Gold is over $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. Also, they're buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware, stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel and in Broomhall at the Fairfield Inn. Gold is hot right now, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
And we are back on the Dawn Stensland Show. This is Linda Kearns sitting in for Dawn. No one can replace Dawn, but I thought I'd come on today and have a bunch of my friends come on to talk to me about issues that I hope the audience finds pretty interesting. If you'd like to call in, please call 855-839-1210. We'd love to hear from you. And I want to thank again Jimmy Kelly and Dan Borowski, who are just such great producers. They're just great support for me here. I couldn't do it without you guys.
It's easy to do it with you, Linda. You are one heck of a host. So thank you so much for filling in for Dawn on her time off.
Well, thank you.
And bringing us great people like your next guest. One of our listener favorites, I got to say.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, gosh, I've known Hans forever. I mean, when you're an election lawyer, like I guess we all travel in packs. Is he ready?
He's ready to go. He's all there.
Bring him on. Good morning, Hans. How are you?
Linda, I'm doing just fine. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. So, and thank you. You got back to me late last night. I'm sorry because I didn't realize I was going to be on. So that was what the late notice was all about. So right before you, Hans, I had Justin Reamer on, someone that you and I both know. I told him that I know a lot of election law lawyers, and most of them I don't like, but I have about 5 I really do. Justin's one of them, and so are you. So there you go. Did you realize how in high esteem I hold you?
Well, thanks for that. And Justin Reamer also, a very knowledgeable guy. And, what's interesting about Justin, for example, is that, there's a lot of lawyers out there who they may know election law, but they never actually worked an election. And you've worked elections, but so has Justin Reamer. He actually worked years ago for the State Board of Elections in Virginia. So he had responsibility for making sure that the elections in the state got administered. And that gives you also the kind of expertise that I think sets y'all aside from a lot of lawyers who they're just all they ever do with election law is go to court.
Right. That brings up a story from 24, the election that just passed. One of the lawyers, one of the many lawyers working on one of the cases had texted me and during this whole ballot checking issue. And
Right.
He said, Linda, make sure that all of the observers are looking at the dates. And what he doesn't realize is under Pennsylvania law, our observers can't get really close enough to look at the dates. And I
Right.
thought, wow, this guy's in court arguing this and doesn't really realize the nitty gritty of our law. So you're absolutely right. I mean, I explained it to him, but yeah, it kind of helps I call myself like a down and dirty election lawyer because I really get in the trenches.
Yeah, I should remind folks, you've been in some of the worst precincts in the city of Philadelphia all by yourself in past elections when I think you probably would have done well if you'd had a bodyguard because I think you might have needed it.
Yeah, I know. We really need to make things better here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Although I think that we've been just pushing Philadelphia so much, they have gotten their act together, and now some of our worst problems are in some of these counties. So it's a process. It's definitely a marathon. I want to talk to you, Hans, about this case of Trump versus Slaughter that was argued before the Supreme Court. Now, did you actually go to the argument and watch it?
I didn't go, but what I did instead was, as most people probably know, they're not televised, but there's audio. So I actually listened to the audio of the oral arguments as they were going on. And I've done that so long that I could actually tell who the justice is that's asking the question. And in this case, I also knew the lawyers involved, so I could tell who was answering questions when I did it. So I listened to the audio, and it was a long time. Linda, usually arguments in a case for Supreme Court are only about an hour. This went on for 2.5 hours. So they gave a lot of extra time because they know this is such an important case.
Right. So tell the listeners, to me, this is about, I think, separation of powers and presidential authority. But you tell the listeners what this case involves.
Well, look, back in 1935, one of the newly created so-called independent agencies that Congress had put in was the Federal Trade Commission. And, in the past 90 years, we've had dozens of these agencies set up, everything from the FTC to like the Securities and Exchange Commission. And those agencies have huge amounts of power. And in fact, many of them can come after you or your company. They can prosecute you in court in civil cases and impose, ruinous fines on you, which is one of the terms that Neil Gorsuch, I think, used in the oral argument. Anyway, when Congress started setting up these agencies, they set them up with multi-member commissioners to lead them, and they limited the ability of a president to fire them. So these are agencies carrying out executive branch functions, and yet a president can't fire them except if they are engaged in some kind of wrongdoing. That's the limitations of the statutes. Anyway, so in 1935, FDR tried to fire one of the commissioners on the Federal Trade Commission who had been appointed by Herbert Hoover because he thought that a Hoover appointee would oppose his particular policies, FDR's policies. It ended up before the Supreme Court, FDR claiming, look, you can't limit my authority as president to do this. But unfortunately, the Supreme Court said, no, this was okay. This was not an abrogation of the president's authority under the Constitution. That was a terrible decision. It was just a bad decision because
that was called Humphrey's executor, right?
Yeah, Humphrey's executor. And it was a terrible decision because constitutionally, the president is the head of the executive branch. And what's his biggest duty? to see that the laws are carried out. In other words, to enforce the law. And yet here Congress has been creating these agencies that enforce the law over which he has no supervisory control. So we've lived with that for 90 years. No prior president since FDR has challenged this until Donald Trump came in, and he fired, ironically, one of the commissioners on the Federal Trade Commission, Rebecca Slaughter. She was appointed by Biden. She's a former lawyer for Chuck Schumer in the U.S. Senate, which clearly she is going to oppose policy priorities of President Trump. So he fired her. She sued and said, "Oh, you can't do that." The case ended up before the Supreme Court. Arguments were Monday, and folks who believe in the Constitution are urging the Supreme Court to overturn the Humphreys executor decision because it was wrongly decided back then. And it's what has led to this huge administrative state that we have. All these agencies that are unaccountable to voters.
Right. And you wrote an article about this, and I was really frustrated that these justices were actually concerned that we would think to overturn a precedent just because it was old. Like we should just keep it in place because it's so old. And I don't understand, if something's wrong, you overturn it. Why does the left always insist that if it's what they like, if it's a precedent they like, that, hey, it's in place, we can't change it?
Yeah, but see, the end to them justifies the means. When they think a precedent won't give them the end results, they're all for overturning it. The real thing that came out of that was I guess I shouldn't have been shocked, but it was really interesting. The three liberal justices are very much in favor of keeping this decision, limiting the president's authority. They basically say, well, if we overturn that, it'll lead to chaos and the destruction of our governmental structure, which is kind of an absurd thing. But Justice Brown Jackson, who, as you know, is the newest member,
right?
She had this whole thing about how, oh no, this if we overturn this will get rid of having experts, nonpartisan experts.
There's no such thing.
Agencies, and we need that. And that shows such a contempt for our democratic process, for the president that people voted. I mean, I think it shows contempt for voters, saying they're too stupid to elect somebody smart. So we have to have these experts who know better to implement these policies. The really ironic thing about this, Linda, is that she apparently doesn't realize that she was reflecting the views of Woodrow Wilson. Remember, President Wilson was one of the first progressive presidents. He was the one that pushed the idea, oh, we should have experts.
Really, and led this country down a terrible path.
Yeah, but why did Wilson think that? Because he was one of the most racist presidents to ever serve in the White House. He hated Black Americans. He didn't think women should get the vote. He was afraid they were going to get the vote. And so he wanted to take it out of the hands of voters, the running of the government. And yet here we have Brown Jackson basically reflecting those same views.
Right. And I usually tell voters, because sometimes you don't necessarily like who's at the top of your ticket, but I remind voters that you're voting for that party, and you're also voting for the people who are going to be in HUD or at Treasury or at DOJ. You're not just voting for that particular individual. He or she is going to bring in.
That's absolutely right. And
if we take that away from the president, then we're taking it away from the voters.
No, that's right. And in fact, that brought up a very interesting set of arguments that occurred on Monday, because some of the more conservative justices said, well, look, if we go with Congress setting up these multi-member agencies to carry out these executive branch duties over which the president has no authority, where does it end? Could Congress take over the president's cabinet departments, like the Department of War, the Department of Education, and say, No, you don't get to appoint the head of that. We're going to set up a multi-member commission to run those agencies, and therefore you won't have any control over them. And the lawyer for Commissioner Slaughter basically had to admit, well, yeah, he thought Congress could do that.
So where do you think the court's leaning on this one? Can you tell from the arguments?
I think, well, look, we know 100% for certain how the three liberal justices will vote. They'll vote against the president. I would bet that the six justices are going to either completely overturn Humphrey's executor or severely limit it. And I think they're going to side with President Trump on this issue.
So would it be a safe bet that then we're going to hear the left talk about how we have to pack the Supreme Court so that this doesn't happen again? Do you think that's the next logical things that it happens in the left's playbook?
Yeah, I mean, they want a totally political Supreme Court, one in which they have enough justices who are going to always vote their way, no matter what the Constitution says on a particular issue.
I'm so glad that you could listen to this and explain this to our listeners, because I always think that separation of powers, that's what makes this country great. Justice Scalia used to say that. That's it. And Hans, you weren't born here. You came here. You came to this country. So I think you understand the greatness of this country, maybe even more than those of us who were just born here and take it for granted.
Yeah, I don't think people understand how important the separation of powers between, for example, the legislative and executive branches are, and the judicial branch. The problem we have now is we no longer have three branches of government. We have four branches of government. We have all these administrative agencies that have been set up that are not accountable to voters at all. And that is a real problem. But the liberal justices, when you listen to their questions and what they were saying, they think that's a good idea.
Right.
I mean, Brown Jackson clearly thought, oh, we need these independent agencies that voters have no control over and can't say anything about.
Well, Hans, thank you so much for joining us, especially because I asked you at the last minute. I want to end with one question. You put out like this, I hope I'm allowed to say this family cookbook, these family recipes. What is your favorite recipe?
Wait, Hans is a chef?
His mother, his grandmother, they were great
cooks. I love this.
And so he sends sometimes his friends, and I'm proud to be one of them, some of these recipes. So I'm wondering, Hans, what's your favorite one to cook?
I have to say that my German grandmother's potato salad recipe, I think, makes the best potato salad I've ever tasted. And so that's got to be my favorite recipe in my family cookbook.
Are we talking like skin on still the potatoes, red skin potatoes, or?
We're talking about potatoes with lots of bacon, mayonnaise, and all kinds of other good stuff like that.
It's coming up on lunch, Hans. I'm hungry.
See, we election law lawyers do other things than stand there and count ballots. Like, we do have other parts to our lives. Right, Hans? We're interesting
that's
people.
Absolutely right.
Don't you think?
Awesome.
Well, Hans, thank you so much. Where can we find you if we want to follow what you're working on?
Well, you can go to heritage.org, or if you want to see my article about the Monday's argument, you can go to the Daily Signal, which is an electronic newspaper, and I outlined what I saw, it's what I heard happened in the Monday arguments.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'll probably talk to you before Christmas, but if I don't, have a very Merry Christmas, and I'm sure you're going to have a great time with your family. And thank you for everything you do with elections, Hans.
Thanks, Linda, and same to you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
What a guy he is. Just always such a pleasure when he comes on.
I know.
Thanks for bringing him to us.
He just has so much knowledge, and I ended up at a lot of these conferences with him, so we get to eat meals together and do things together, and he's just such an interesting.
Have you had that potato salad?
Person. No, but I do have this family cookbook that he bound and put out. So
potato salad. Newman was wondering if there's bacon on it, and yes, that was actually the
true German potato salad. Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely how it's made.
Oh well. We got to get going and do a crossover with Dom coming up after the break.
All right, can't wait. And we will be right back after these messages.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Get immediate cash at our 5 days only buying event, December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There has never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's 5 days only, December 15th through the 19th from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash. December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com. Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-830-4914. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-830-4914 or biglou.com. That's 800-830-4914 or biglou.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Join Dom Giordano for Navy League Philadelphia's annual watch party of the Army-Navy game, December 13th at Manayunk Brewery. It's an atmosphere like no other for college football's most patriotic tradition. Enjoy prize raffles along with great specials throughout the game. Tickets are on sale now for just $15 at NavyLeaguePhilly.org. All proceeds go to Navy League Philadelphia to support our local Sea Service members. You can become a member of Navy League Philly and help support our Sea Service members for just $25 a year. NavyLeaguePhilly.org.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The body of a 70-year-old woman was recovered from the massive fire in East Germantown that spread through several row homes. Delaware County Council is expected to vote tonight on a budget that would raise property taxes by 19%. And people can sign up to get help paying their heating bills at an event today in North Philadelphia.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Right across the street is the Christmas village.
And we are back here on the Dawn Stensland Show. This is Linda Kearns filling in for Dawn. I think she's going to be back tomorrow, which I know everyone will appreciate, and I hope that she enjoys her last day of rest. I loved being here on the Dawn Show today. I loved talking to my friends and having the listeners meet a lot of my friends through the radio. And I am thrilled now to welcome the dean of talk radio. Someone
the dean.
I mean, I learned. I'm new at this. I like to talk. I go to court, so I know how to talk. But
and
Dom
lose
makes
occasionally to me.
Whatever happened to that moot court debate we were going to do?
Notice I put I did win it, Dan. There.
Did you? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
People were booing.
That's right. We did do that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, when you pack the audience
and Dom won, right?
With South Philly people.
Well,
and then,
about 80% were Italian too. There's that.
right.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
Dawn, or Dom, you really wouldn't be able to beat me on a fair stage. Come on, let's face it.
It is kind of preposterous, is it not? Somebody this skilled and at that level. And I would debate you on election law. I think people ought to be able to do whatever they want.
Well, wait, you would take that? Well, but you don't really believe that.
I know. It's what the heck. I want to give you somewhat of an advantage.
Well, I think that for a true debate, you have to really believe in it. And I do believe that Elvis is better than Sinatra.
Showmanship, yes. But Sinatra's story is even bigger than Elvis. And I am a real expert on the backstory and the big story, like athletes.
Right.
It's not just to set records. Wilt.
Wait, what was that all about?
Yeah, well, Dan's getting
I heard Dom the other day talking about the Mount Rushmore of entertainers, and he's like, yeah, no doubt Frank Sinatra's the first one up there. He's not even the top four. James Brown can outperform him.
Oh,
James Brown, the backstory is not quite big. The sweating is good. The all out.
From a pure performing standpoint, it's the first time I might ever say this, but I think Elvis takes the cake. Well, he takes it and eats it, and eats it again, and eats it the third time.
I don't know. Michael Jackson, I never saw live. That's a tough.
That's a good
the
one.
Dancing
man.
alone. Yeah, but Elvis, the story is huge. But Sinatra, the voice, Sid Mark used to say, if you're just talking with him, it's like these and those and all. When he sings, it sounds so elevated that you can't believe it. How's a guy from Hoboken sound like that?
You know, I think there's an old video of Sinatra and Elvis when they were young.
Oh, right.
And singing together. And I think Elvis sang Sinatra song, Sinatra sang an Elvis song. So.
But the guy you're forgetting about that's very underrated, Sir Tom Jones, my personal favorite.
Right.
That Dan never let him promise you thing, never delivered on Tom Jones at Mulligan's.
Well, Tom, some of your music choices are also showing your age a little.
Maybe, yeah.
Hold on, I think.
Well, Elvis is.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay. That seems kind of hokey to me.
That's Sinatra singing Elvis.
Right.
And here's
exactly,
Elvis.
Yes. Here's Elvis.
It's crazy to see these two performing together because it does feel like they're two different eras, but no,
they
same
weren't.
time, yeah.
And did you hear all the girls screaming for Elvis, Dom?
Well, they were two different eras, though, really. Sinatra was faded, but I don't know how he hung on. Then he had the rebirth later on. But in the 60s, you were talking Dylan, you were talking heavy rock. Even Elvis was not, it was almost the fat Elvis.
From a purely talent standpoint, Roy Orbison blows them both out the water.
As a pure singer, yeah.
And I so appreciate music, and I just hope with all this AI stuff that we don't lose these incredible artists that some of them wrote their own songs, some of them were excellent in interpreting other songs. Elvis interpreted other people's
I agree.
songs,
They're never going to replace talk show hosts. Remember what we talked about, and you have it. You can't be insane, but you need quirkiness. Quirkiness is what you need.
We do got to get going, but one last thing, Dottie says.
Come on now, who is this guy?
Dottie
Giving
says,
directions to two shows. Henry, get in there and say,
Dom, it's going to be impeding on your time.
It doesn't matter.
Right, who's the
producer?
This
is a big guest, big issues, big guest here. That's right.
Dottie writes, and Michael Bublé better than Frank Sinatra.
Oh, my God. Oh.
Well, Dom, I want to thank you for Politics and Pints. I thought it was amazing. I said earlier on the show, I loved his imitation of Trump. I can't do imitations. His was great.
I do rotten ones, and I still try to do them. But, the hand gesture he had with Trump, and he caught Trump. Can you imagine you come in the Oval Office? He's looking you up and down to make some kind of joke. That's what you got to expect.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
Yeah. Trump doesn't hold back.
No.
Are you going to talk on your show a little bit about what he said last night in the Poconos?
Yes.
By the way, Dom, I have a bone to pick with you.
A lot of criticism, yeah.
Well, no, I have criticism of you.
That's impossible to imagine.
I have a home in the Poconos. And I heard you railing against...
Oh, wait a minute, Dan. We're getting into the golden stuff. Why would you do that with the beaches, with the Jersey Shore?
Have you ever even been
Wait a minute. Where would Elvis go? Jersey Shore, not the mountains. Elvis.
You have a shore house, too?
Picture Elvis in the mountains. That's not going to happen.
What do you think I am?
You pick the mountains over the shore? What is your deal?
Yes.
The mountains, there's lakes. It's year round.
Oh, the lakes,
and
Henry.
it's so peaceful.
Let's go get a flesh-eating bacteria in the lake.
No,
the deer. That's right.
Well,
the
you know
Amish.
what?
That's a different quarter.
Thank heavens! Now I just crushed you off my people to invite to my Poconos.
Oh no, we'll definitely go to the Poconos. So put us in there. So why did you do that?
Well, actually, no. The story was that during that awful 2020 during COVID, and I represented Trump at the time, and I was getting death threats, and I was afraid for my life, and I started to think I need a place outside of the city. And you go to the Jersey Shore, and for my budget, I could afford like a box. Whereas in the mountains, your money goes a little further, and I don't regret it one bit. And my family grew up going to the shore every summer. My family grew up going to the shore every summer, and even they say, and they never spend any time there. They love it. Like my entire extended family.
Here's the headline.
What are they going to say? They hate it? Like
hiding out from killers? Go to the Poconos. Nobody will find you there. Thank you, Linda. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Linda.
Well, we want to get that invite. Ro is texting me right now. We'd go to the Poconos.
Yeah, well, no.
It's like, what did you do, Dom?
Yeah, no, you're now off the list, Dom.
All right, the Pocono attacks will continue, and Linda cannot put a court order on that. Dom Giordano starts soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 27th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 Mercedes G550s, each valued at over $170,000. Drawings take place every Saturday, with grand prize drawings on November 29th and December 27th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Just a minute on YouTube. People don't get talk radio, and last night was an example. They think all we do is bash progressives and liberals and all that up and down the line, and certainly there's a lot of content on that. But it's also the connection with people, and people coming up to Scott Jennings last night and on YouTube. I mean, this is incredible. Guy gave me this last night. He went, I don't know where he went to get this made, but it's got a picture of me on the front, this keepsake, with the number 40 jersey on, the 40-yard football throw. And then on the back, it has still calling it gravy after 125 years. Way to go, Ralphs. I would call them as my first witness. Happy New Year. So this is the type of connection. People like Joe of Columbus there, Linda there, and Scott Jennings behind the scenes, and just unbelievable, the insight. I'm going to give you one of them to start off today, his imitation of Trump. He gets the fun of Trump and the scrutiny that you get all in one case, and he kept doing it. So Scott in the middle of something, and he kind of glossed over it, and I went back to it again and again, if you were there last night, at the end, Stephen Miller. Now, Stephen Miller is the big idea in the Trump administration. I don't go around calling people geniuses, but this guy has intellectual heft. And I don't care what Dan says. I did see him when we were at the White House. It was a prematurely bald guy with a great suit on, and he fit his height. That had to be Stephen Miller. And I'm still thinking I should have gone outside and accosted him right there and had a debate with him.
You should have got to yell out, Stephen!
That's right. He would have turned around instantly. So he revealed last night, and he knew that I haven't seen this anywhere out there, even in social media, that Stephen and his wife, who's prominent, has her own podcast and is into politics, they have to live on a military base, meaning apartment living. I remember he lived in an apartment in the first term. I'm not sure if he was married then or not, and they would come after him. So I think they had a house, and the Secret Service said, given the level of the death threats, they couldn't guarantee protecting it. Think about that. So last night, Scott Jennings went on about how, yes, and I asked him, these people you're around, like the Millers, why would they do that? And he started movingly talking about patriotism. But think about that level of threats. Now, I think other people in Washington and the media might know that. And Miller is brutal when he comes on CNN with some of those hosts. I mean, only the better ones can withstand that even a little bit. He's that good. I'd love to see him debate something with Jennings. Maybe back in the day with Chris Christie. He's that good. Having to live on a military base. It's just, and I was just talking to Linda about that. What has to happen is we have to be more vigilant, the police, and put more people in, more funding. That if you make a death threat, we are going to track you down to the ends of the earth. We're going to prosecute you. And we're going to send a message on this. You can't go around making death threats. And if you are even more taking any kind of action, any kind of attempt on this, or trying to rouse people to do that, you're going to pay a big penalty. That's what has to happen. Okay. In addition to that, last night, again, Politics and Pints, the staff, everybody that came up. It was tremendous. And Scott Jennings just delivers. I mean, he is brilliant at what he does. And the other side knows it. Maybe some of them are too stupid to know it. I think I have a cut here, Henry, of Jennings and that woman. Yes. This is cut 20. Here's Scott Jennings with this woman, and he mentioned to me as we're driving to Phoenixville. He did compliment me on my driving and said, wow, that was a breeze. I don't know. No, making it up. He fell asleep.
Just hanging on for dear. No, really?
Well, he's, he
had a long day.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but someone falls asleep when you're driving. What better confidence is there?
That's true.
I did notice he reclined the chair back.
Oh, wow. He had a lot of trust in you then.
Yeah. And I'm glad it was kind of late, even though Greg was on the clock there, and I was thinking, oh, man, how are we going to make it to Phoenixville? It was dark. You couldn't see any flaws in the car. That's what I was afraid of.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, exactly. Because I didn't have time to get to the car wash or anything else. And he did compliment. He said, was that your producer or does he handle some kitchen stuff? Oh, I said he does both. He's a producer and arrangement guy. Henry's arrangement of the orange got Scott Jennings going. All right, so it was a great day. But here's Jennings. And he mentioned this last night to me. This podcast woman was on with him recently, and they were talking about inflation, which I want to talk about. What grade would I give President Trump last night, starting the tour in the Mount Airy Pocono Lodge? I'll give the full grade in a moment, but he's right to say the economy is A+, because, look, you can't be going out there on a downer and say, well, I would give it a C-, but we're going to do better. But after that, I got a lot of problems with this. A lot of problems. And if you don't want to win. Trump is not the best messenger on this. I didn't hear the message last night on affordability, et cetera. I'll explain in a moment. Here's Jennings, though, with the progressive podcaster saying that, inflation is a cycle. And that's why Biden was hit so much with inflation. Here's how it sounded.
To note that the inflation that occurred under Biden was in part naturally occurring due to supply chain bottlenecks and because the COVID once-in-a-lifetime pandemic occurred. And yes, it occurred.
Like we're on trees? Or?
Yeah, okay. So, because of supply chain bottlenecks, that's what I'm talking about. There was a labor shortage because of COVID.
Policy choices
and then there was this thing called greedflation, which was called a left-wing conspiracy theory. But then we saw record returns for corporations in their earnings, which showed that even though prices were going up, they were still taking home record returns, these corporations, and in part the Biden administration tried to address that with lean econ and more enforcement. Now Trump's in office and there are no cops on the beat. We just hit a record of credit card debt in this country, over $1.2 trillion of credit card debt. We just hit a record in terms of subprime auto delinquencies, showing that people are really hurting. And there's something like the top 1% owns 50% of all stocks and trades. This is an income inequality problem as well as a tariff problem.
All right, so the idea that these just happen naturally, and Jennings parrying that beautifully. The football coach, a lot of people last night came up because this guy was one of the most riveting guys. I would put him on for a segment a week if he were in studio or something to roll stuff out for YouTube. The sheriff, Judd, from Polk County, and the coach essentially said, well, he noticed the kids. This is amazing. These kids. This to NBC 10. He noticed the kids were gone when he was ready to get them up for their daily prayers. Oh, all right. Who's the patron saint of shoplifting or preventing shoplifting? That's what I'd like to know. And we still haven't seen the Inquirer put this story out there. And last night, a lot of people came out. They were talking. It's a riveting story. It is still amazing what happened here, particularly with the one kid who bought something small and then runs over with the giant bag. Another kid came in with a backpack. They were putting it in that. And some of the kids stuffed stuff down their pants. So, master plotters. And the deputies didn't arrest him in the store. They waited till they were outside, which you have to do because now it's, that's why shoplifting's kind of tough. I guess they could arrest you at the cash register if you're walking out. But really, it's almost like you got to be outside before you can say you've done something wrong. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. Now, President Trump yesterday in the Poconos, a couple of things. One, he went off again on you don't need $37. Got to stop saying this. I'm sorry. You can call and challenge me. He was funny. People there, the people that are believers already, that's not who we need. We need to be reaching people who gave this a shot and convincing them it's getting a lot better. Now, healthcare is, the Senate is introducing a bill. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be on the floor this week or next week, but they're going to vote on a healthcare bill. Then we have Brian Fitzpatrick. Henry, is he dodging me now? He usually comes on.
It's definitely dodging me.
Oh, yeah, no answer now. All right, Brian, come on. Here's a big forum for you, and I'll shut up and let you tell us your health care plan and why. But he made the point last night, and so did Scott Besson, that in 2014, when we instituted Obamacare, the top 7 health insurance companies, they brought in $511 billion. Today, in 2024, we have the 2024 numbers. The top 7 insurance companies, they brought in $1.5 trillion. They tripled since we have Obamacare. All right, and with Scott Jennings last night, I asked him point blank about the healthcare thing. He said, all right, what you have to do, the affordability tour. You got to show up. Yes, Trump did that. That's good. President shows up in these places. 2, you have to make the case, look at what Biden left us. I'm in agreement. But then the third part is you have to give something workable in a reasonable period of time vis-a-vis the midterms to win the day. And what President Trump is after, I get it, as an alternative on health care, is to say, I want the money to go to you, not the insurance companies. The problem is, though, and when we were done backstage, we were talking about it some more, he doesn't believe, and I don't believe, that Republicans have it within them to both craft and pass something that's going to give you more options to put the money into the hands of the American people for health care than the system we have right now. So does that mean we have to suck it up and go with the affordable health care plan, Obamacare, for another year? They all know. In my read, watched Scott carefully last night, the people he talks with, the people I bring on, Van Drew says it too. They all know the Republicans have to do something here, and Trump has to be the one that leads this. So it's great that he went to the Poconos, to Mount Airy. And, you know, the people that are true Trump supporters were yelling, you saved us and all. He's not on the ballot, though. That's the other challenge. What do we do with the reluctant Trump voters? He's got to beat them over the head in whatever mechanism he wants that they have to come out and vote. At this point in time, I'm not thinking that's happening. So do you want to just go along merrily, and then a year from now, less than a year from now, we see Democrats saying, here we come, and you know what that means. We're going to stop everything in its tracks. We're going to push back. We're going to rescind this even before we get to 2028. That's the realistic fear, and it's a huge fear. I got a lot more on the president here yesterday. And again, it was fun. He did say he said affordability hoax. So stop saying affordability hoax. We're not dealing with a hoax here. People are having trouble here. And again, making the case about Biden and we're digging out, absolutely true. Okay. But the clock is ticking on this. And the other clock that's ticking is they can't wait to tear apart Republicans because they can't get at Trump. He's got to be the guy that brings in the rescue squad, which are the Trump voters who only come out if he's on the ballot. He has to persuade them, sell them, make the case that, you know what? The bottom line is, if you love what I'm doing, if you've been along for the ride will not continue. The ride stops if they win. All right, let me give you the side question. This is a couple of days ago, and we were really busy with the politics and pints, but we were looking at, on that day in history, Pinochet, the guy who led Chile.
Mm-hmm. One of those.
One of those was killed. And I mentioned the Chile thing and this fixation that a lot of us have. And Henry, you didn't even see me writing it down last night to remember. I'll give you my word in a moment. Hit us with that word, particularly if it really annoys you. You get fired up. You pronounce it one way, or you hear people pronounce this. One that I'm giving up on it is people saying my aunt. Like we're with Queen Elizabeth. It's not, it's trying to dress it up. It's like just between you and I. It's not I, it's me.
It's formal.
But what did Scott Jennings say? And he said that was quite a niche.
No.
Yes, Scott, check the tape. I didn't Zapruder it yet. When Kirk comes in next time he's on here, I'm going to ask him, pull that tape of last night. It was about 37 minutes in, I think. I wrote it down. Scott Jennings said niche. By the way, Scott Jennings is a bit wild, bit nuts. Notice how when I picked up the word he likes to use, vectors.
Oh.
Yeah, he said, I figure my vector in an argument and their vector, and he started moving his hands. Because I said to him off air, this story with the 8 kids would be good for your radio show. And he goes, what's the vector on that? I'm thinking, what are we in bizarro world here? Vector. Yeah, he says it a lot. So he says niche. It is niche. Scott Jennings says it. That rules the day. This niche generation has really misguided. What do you say, Henry?
We're going to take over one day. So just remember that.
That's right. It's going to be a long day. Your niche hasn't arrived yet. Yes.
Yeah, so my answer today, I'm going to do my best, Yul Brynner here. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I know it's et cetera, but it just sounds so much better with an X in it, right? Does it not?
I think it does, yes.
Like, can we just change that, please?
I think I'd say that.
Right? Yeah, you might catch yourself saying it, but no one's going to correct you because they'll be like, is that the right saying? Did he say it right? Who knows? So, yeah, et cetera would be mine.
All right. How about you, Sean?
So one of mine is one of the favorite words that I always keep saying all the time, completely wrong. And I think it looks really good when you actually see it, when you write it out. It looked like that's the proper way how to pronounce it. But mine is mistivish, a.k.a. mischievous. So I always have a bad time pronouncing that word. I just say mistivish. And they was like, no, it's mischievous. And I'm like, no, it sounds like mistivish. And it looks like it.
All right.
Oh, man.
We wandered into the dark side here.
Sean might win the question right off the rip.
This is true confessions, yes. All right, so that's your side question. You got to be fired up about it, too. One that people, this niche stuff is just unbelievable. It's like when they started calling it, here's one, well-paying jobs. It's a good-paying job. Stop with the well. That's pedantic.
No, I like the well-paying job.
It may be more, it's pedantic. I rule that one as pedantic, though.
If you say you have a good-paying job, you don't deserve a good-paying job. You get proper grammar in there.
When they started saying, and this was during Abscam, I think, that the verdict was handed up. No, the verdict was handed down. So it doesn't just have to be a pronouncer. It could be just this phraseology, I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is really off. There's probably a lot of sports ones that I don't get. Like golf now says up and in. It's up and down.
Yeah,
come on. Yeah, get the ball up and down. Yeah. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. From what you can tell, if you paid attention to it at all, President Trump in the Poconos, is that the way to go? Is that the stance? There was nothing from him, and I realize that's the style in which he said, hey, we're trying hard. We're going to try harder here. Look, we know that gas prices are down, but can we just take a breath and realize just because of the fuel part of this, which is tremendous, that does not mean that we're stopping the difficulties that Biden has created with grocery prices, etc. It helps somewhat. Every time I hear that, and he did add the CAFE standards with affordability of new cars. That's going to take a little while to kick in, but I think that's legit. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar all week, Monday through Friday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcaspergold.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Good Wednesday, 855-839-1210. So that niche stuff is what we're asking for today. On the side question, the president in the Poconos. Who knew that Linda chooses the mountains? I just don't understand certain choices in life. If we were hundreds of miles away from the Jersey Shore, yeah, okay, that might be one thing. But it's right here. What? Oh, I love sometimes you see the local news, they say, well, some people prefer the mountains. I think it's under 15%.
I would agree it's a very low percentage, but they are out there. Like, I know, I have a family friend, they have a mountain house.
Is it cheaper, I guess, too? Yeah, she did mention that. Yeah, you could probably get a mansion there.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but then you have the New Yorkers coming in there, too. That's another negative. They're not so much at the Jersey Shore.
Well, they don't make their way to South Jersey.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
And we don't have to deal, well, you have to deal for the summer with the Canadians and all that, and that's a little bit obnoxious, too, with the Speedos, et cetera. Okay, a couple of other things here. Last night, it was such a revelation, and I made mention of it with Scott Jennings. I had a lightning round thing, and yes, I will confess, it just occurred to me. I was looking at my notes. All right, what the hell? At the end, I said I took a pledge. I was not going to get lightning round on Pelosi. And I threw it to Scott, and maybe it was his best snap on Pelosi and the stock trading, et cetera. So it worked. But I mentioned Bill Maher. And Scott Jennings was on Bill Maher's show. I don't know if it was about the book or whatever, and asked the treatment and all that. And then he talked about how patriotic he thinks Bill Maher is in his own way. And the audience pretty much clapped. Now, that had been 5 years ago. I had him on a national show, and oh, man, people were coming at me unbelievably. But Bill Maher, other than he's anti-religious, big time, and other than the occasional stray, really snide comment he can make. He's a comedian, after all. And other than the fact, when you stand next to him, you can't believe it's the same guy on TV. It's shocking to me. And by the way, if you see, there were a lot of pictures last night. Scott Jennings was wearing boots. I just want that, cowboy boots. I want that entered into the record.
Put that on the record.
As far as height. And Roe insisted, well, they look really cool. I'm going to buy you 2 pair of them.
Oh,
no. My God. Yeah, here we go. I'll be accused of heightening, too, at the next event, which is Saturday. That is the big, and several people came up. We're joining with the Navy people for the Army-Navy game over at the Manayunk Brewery. So we hope you'll come out for that. And again, a lot of people last night said they were coming. But Scott Jennings talked about the patriotism of Bill Maher versus the average progressive and the difference there. And people accepted that. There was no issue. The president last night, I had Dawn Fantasia in the On Deck Circle. She's got something this week. These lame duck sessions in places like Jersey, they go wild with shoving stuff through. Apparently, they have a high school exam. 2 and 2 are how much? If you can't answer that, you might not graduate high school. Maybe you'll get an exception. Oh, it's too hard. All right, how about if you were shoplifting 4 football gloves and the police came and took 2 off you, how many would you have left? Now, you might be able to do that. So in the name of equity, they're doing it. I'm going to ask her about that. I'm going to ask her about the affordability issue, Mikey Sherrill, particularly in Jersey. And Dawn's got a real good sense of this. The president, yes, I get it. We get the gas prices are down. But my gut instinct tells me that just because the fuel prices are going down, untangling what Biden has done here with food prices and the like is trickier than that. I don't know if it's the tariffs or not. And I'm willing to break the seal and suggest it could be some of the tariff thing. I know he gave $12 billion to farmers this week. President did. But just lowering the fuel cost, it's a tremendous benefit. We all have to drive, or most of us. But does that really drive down the cost of everything? I don't think that's happening. And I think I'm not rolling the dice on that as we come to the midterms. There's one thing in mind, that we have at least one more person in Congress than they do in the House after the dust settles, even if it is Brian Fitzpatrick. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll talk with Dawn Fantasia next here. And hit us Now, she is an educator, too. I'm going to ask her if there's one that particularly bothers her. I'm betting that Dawn Fantasia not only is a gravy person, we've asked her before, but I think she's a niche person, not a niche person. I can't even imagine how deflated I would be if Scott Jennings had said, Dom, that's an interesting niche last night. I would have said, all right, good night, everybody. Yeah, but it was only a half hour. Good night, everybody. Get them out of here. All right, that's all next on Talk Radio 1210.
This season, Bucks County Estate Traders wants to say thank you for welcoming them into your homes and letting their one-of-a-kind pieces become part of your year. From timeless dining sets to the perfect accent piece, they're proud to help turn a house into a home. Discover the distinctive piece that completes any room and makes your home feel just right. Enjoy a comfortable shopping experience while exploring their showroom featuring over 16,000 pieces. Visit their Hatfield showroom, visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com, open 7 days a week.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
It is a milder day today with mostly cloudy conditions with some rain around through the afternoon, high up around 45. Tonight, a chance for some rain early, otherwise partly cloudy, low 33 for the city, colder out in the suburbs, and a colder and windy day on Thursday, partly sunny with a high 36.
During the Holiday Love celebration, get exquisite offers on a new 2026 Mercedes-Benz GLA, GLC, or GLS, featuring the very latest in style, safety, and tech. The most festive season has arrived. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in. By the way, somebody emailed me too. Tom Homan, this is pretty reliable too, may not be living with his family because of the threats that he gets, and he's afraid of that vis-a-vis the family, and that's been since March. Again, we need a better job. Every one of these creeps that makes a death threat, bang, kick in the doors, bring them out, prosecute them. I don't care if it's thousands. I don't care how many. We're just too cavalier on a death threat. Well, you know, they're all nuts. No. You make a death threat, it's got to be to the end of the earth that we're going to track you down. That's the way that it works. All right, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia, one of our favorites this week over in Jersey. and she's an educator, big time, has been pushing back on this move. And boy, as they count down the days to Christmas, these progressives in Jersey just have all kinds of things they're trying to shove through to get rid of the high school graduation test. Yeah, 2 and 2 are 4. Who needs to know that? Well, people say to me all the time, well, why did they need to take a test? Didn't they get C's or D's or at least pass? Yeah, a fraudulent system. Now this is the reckoning day. We have people that are doing quasi-middle school math in a remedial course at Stanford. How's that possible? This is a public school system. Let's go to Dawn on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dawn, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Very good. So I've been following on Twitter, at least this week, this push to get rid of the high school graduation exam. It doesn't seem to be, the last years that I was teaching, they had something like it, Dawn. Didn't seem to be overwhelming to me. Tell me why they're trying to do it.
Well, it's not overwhelming to you because it's not overwhelming.
Yeah.
This appears to be spearheaded. It's part of the larger push to just eliminate assessments for students, any type of standardized assessments. We saw with the NJEA heavy push to eliminate student performance on the exams to be weighed into school quality reports. So what I'm actually pushing back on is any kind of sloppy, factually shaky justification for removing the test entirely. They think this is a great big reform, and to me, it's a retreat. Some of the reasons I've heard in committee for removing the test is employers don't ask whether the students pass the test or not. I said, well, that's awfully silly because it is the understanding that a child passed the test in order to earn the high school diploma, much like nurses, pilots. I mean, any field, right? You would assume it goes hand in hand. Secondarily, a big concern for me is, stamina is required to take a standardized test, right? They require endurance. But then we heard ridiculous things. One assemblyman on the Democrat side said, he understands. What if a girl breaks up with her boyfriend the day of the test and fails?
Oh, my goodness. And a little bit of sexism there, Dawn. A little bit, right? A little bit of sexism.
Maybe slightly. I mean, I don't jump into that piece of it. But the point is, real life doesn't pause for your feelings. Shielding students now is going to handicap them later. And I had said on the floor, the world demands performance under pressure. And for us to coddle 17 and 18-year-olds, the New Jersey BIA testified, the largest business advocacy group in the state, that employers are saying that young adults entering the workforce are less prepared than they've been before. 50% of New Jersey high school students are forced to take a remedial class when they get to college, either in math or English or both. So that, to me, is beyond outrageous. And they think the answer is to give 600-plus different school districts to design what their graduation requirements would be. And,
man, can you imagine?
Yeah, I know. And we've seen this fail before. Dom, we've talked when I've been on the show before about Asbury Park. They're the poster child of what not to do with that 64th floor where they eliminated the 0 and the lowest a student can earn was 64. We saw that they were giving credit in math courses, algebra, geometry, if you went and picked up trash in the park for community service, and their graduation rate doubled from 48% to 82%. And we said, wow, oh my God, what are they doing there? Well, they're doing something completely academically dishonest, absolutely dishonest.
Absolutely. Dawn, so this battle continues, right? Is it up for a vote? Is it out of committee?
Well, it's out of committee. It went to the assembly floor, and it passed through the assembly, but I don't see it scheduled anywhere on the Senate side. And there is a senator on the Democrat side that I'm hearing is not, sold on its current form. She had actually, challenged back in 2023 before I got to the assembly, wanted a replacement, something in its place. No one's saying this test is fabulous. It needs updating, it needs modernization, and maybe more specifics. However, I don't believe the Senate as a whole currently has an appetite to move it without something in its place.
Now, Dawn, you, I see, particularly in Jersey, as just great common sense, pulse of what's going on. The affordability, the president speaking yesterday in Pennsylvania, and we all know gas prices have gone down. That's great. I don't know that that translates, though, suddenly into everything. Your constituents on affordability, what is it they're complaining about specifically?
Well, in New Jersey, obviously, the electricity prices are the bane of our existence when we saw that horrific, hit.
Right.
Also, the cost of gas, diesel, and diesel also is used in many homes, in areas of New Jersey. We have oil heat. So that, you take a hit. Now, the good news is crude oil prices are down 20% in 2025 versus 2024, right? And it's been falling with the increased oil and gas leasing, right? So Biden had all these restrictions, Gulf of Mexico, and the Gulf of Mexico auction is resumed now, right? And also Trump with offshore leases returning at the lower federal royalty rates. So it's at 12.5% instead of 16 and change. That reduces production costs. So it's cheaper consumer energy. So again, sometimes we don't see the technical end of it. Like if you're not a nerd and you don't dive into that,
right.
Where you see it is at the pump and when you order oil. Well, now, I recall, ordering oil for my home. My home is heated by oil, and under Biden, I was paying in the upwards of, $3.90 a gallon. I just filled my tank at $2.85 a gallon. So I saw quite a difference.
What is it, though, you would advise to say for the United States? I'm taking it just out of Jersey because you have that type of scope. I don't think the Trump tour showing up is a good thing. He did that. His audience was pleased. He was entertaining. He talked about what we just talked about, energy prices, and he attacked Biden. That's all legit. What do you have to say to people telling them as we head to the midterms, Dawn, that the better day is coming? Grocery store prices, which I think are among the hardest to get out of the Biden thrall. What should they be saying that shows empathy, that shows connection to them?
That's a tough nut to crack because I know you were talking in the prior segment that I caught some of about Bill Maher, for instance. And, his biggest criticism of the Democrat Party is he said, you just can't say crap. I'm using the word crap. He said something else, right? You just can't say crap. Well, unfortunately, on the Republican side, the Democrats do just say crap. And what I mean by that is during Thanksgiving when we were shopping, we all know that our Thanksgiving prices were lower. We all know that we did pay less for our turkey. We know we're paying less for our eggs. However, I went to ShopRite and I got a dozen eggs for $2.09 for a dozen eggs. You had Democrats taking a picture, I don't know, clearly from when Biden was president, saying these eggs are $8.99 a dozen a month ago and posting it. I mean, these are the kinds of things that it's so hard to counter because the truth matters little to the opposition, and they will continue to run with that narrative. And it's amazing to me because we feel it when we go to the supermarket. I know that prices are coming down because the things I regularly buy, I see the prices are inching down. It doesn't happen overnight, and people really want to see, they want to feel it, right? They want to see that their grocery bill is lower. I think we're beyond the point of words. I think our side needs to just stress the facts and say, no, eggs are $2.09 for a dozen. And people aren't stupid. When they go to the store, they see that. It's just fighting against the disinformation campaign that regularly comes out of the progressive Democrat side that just conflicts with reality. I think it's a messaging problem.
Dawn, no messaging problem. Mikey Sherrill is doing just, and I've always said to you, and you know that you're the perfect foil to push back. Maybe even more than Jack Ciattarelli, for obvious reasons that we went through. The transition team, I think it's $1 million, and it's up 62%, even over Phil Murphy. And yet this woman's pitch is affordability.
Let me tell you something about this transition debacle. So, in prior years in New Jersey, the governor-elect would receive $250,000 for their transition. Mm-hmm. The lieutenant governor-elect would receive $250,000, and the inauguration was $100,000. So that was $600,000. Well, in 2026, so this was passed in 2025. So in the new budget, the governor-elect got bumped $150,000 to $400,000. So whoever the governor-elect was going to be, Republican, Democrat, was going to get $400,000 for their transition. Well, lo and behold, we just get another bill floated before us to add another $250,000, another $250,000 to the $400,000. So she would, instead of $250,000, would be getting $650,000. And when asked why, what justifies that, what is the need for such an egregious jump when she ran on affordability, we hear crickets. I assume that perhaps she's just pulling D.C. insiders and everybody and their brother to come in here who know nothing about New Jersey, and they'll have to put their nose to the ground and learn the state, and maybe that's why it's more expensive. But this is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life. Tell me why, with an additional $150,000 assigned on top of the $250,000, why she needs another $250,000 on top of that.
It is mind-boggling, particularly when that word kind of snuck up on us. Dawn, where do we find you on Twitter and social media?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at DawnFantasia_NJ. And then on Facebook, you can find me under Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia.
Dawn, thank you. Have a great Christmas if we don't speak. Thanks for joining us today.
Great. Thanks, Dom. You too. Merry Christmas.
Hi, Dawn Fantasia. Always good stuff. Yeah, affordability in New Jersey. All right. The president yesterday, showing up, check. Going to barnstorm, check. Is it effective what he's doing to push back on some of this? I just think it has to be more detailed. We're trying to reach Stacey Garrity, who was there, making this pitch. I just think the problem is Democrats are energized to tear apart Trump. They can't get at him. They're going to go after your local representative who's a Republican. Trump voters are not energized, the ones that only vote because of Trump, to save the day. That's something that has to be directly confronted. Otherwise, we're going to go through the same cycle. 855-839-1210. All right, hit us with that word, with a couple of pronunciations, a couple of things that maybe one that really rubs you the wrong way, coming off Chile, that kind of stuff. That's what we're looking for to get your name in the hat today. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Winter's coming, and even small roof problems can become big leaks. I'm Merrill Reese for Impriano Roofing and Siding, trusted by local families for over 50 years. Their experts handle roofing, siding, and energy-efficient windows with no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest work and lasting results. Be proactive. Protect your home before the cold sets in. Visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444 today. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, family trusted since 1973.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. So, as I said, if you're just joining us, this came up last night. Imagine you want to do good for the country. You want to have a prominent role in the Trump administration. I'm talking to Miller, Stephen Miller and his wife. They have to live on a military installation with the chain link fence and guards and all that. And they have kids for their security. That's the only way to guarantee it. You know, if you're president and you got to be surrounded with a wall and the Secret Service and all that, I would say to Roe, it's worth it. But if you're Stephen Miller and I got to come home to a military encampment because of the people that are out there with death threats, it's why do we not want to track these people down, hunt them down that are making death threats? I know in some cases it's not easy. But you would think if you make an example out of them, just like that sheriff yesterday said, yeah, we're making an example out of that. 8 teenagers from Polk County last weekend did not conspire to go and rob a Dick's Sporting Goods or anything else. Why did these kids? And one of the things I would say, they're from Philadelphia, and he does too. And that's exactly right. Sure, it's their parents. It's the negligent coaching system here. But isn't it also in Philadelphia, and a lot of people came up with war stories last night, you can go and rob places, shoplift, right in front of them. And even if caught, even if that happens, you know what Krasner is not going to do. But a debate, Larry Krasner and that sheriff. The guy would be rolling out long things of stuff as he's looking at Krasner. And I tell you this, if Larry Krasner said to him, well, your wife, that guy's going to do what I would do. That's it. Debate over. We're debating this right now, right here. Okay? Take off your glasses, Larry. Stop polishing them. So, you know, Polk County, people in Polk County see this guy, and he's on YouTube, 2 million hits plus. I think it could be up to 3 by this point with this. And they're thinking, what the heck goes on in Philadelphia? And then, you know, people sometimes say to me, well, shouldn't you be more pumping up Philadelphia, talking well about Philadelphia? No, I'm not going to talk well about Philadelphia. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I know all the great stuff here, and I know the people and all that. I'm talking about a place where you have the Christmas village across the street from where they're lighting the tree, but they call it the holiday tree. I'm talking about a place where nutbags, including Chestnut Hill, vote to put Larry Krasner back in, even though he won't enforce just about any law. So much so that I think it filtered over with these kids. They see enough. Sure, you can take stuff, even if you get caught. What's the big deal? Maybe in their head, Henry, the best, they're thinking, all right, we might get caught, maybe not. But if we do, they're just going to take the stuff away and say, don't do it again.
Yeah.
That would be the logic of it. And what was the first thing the coach said? Come on. Then what does he say to the cops? He says to the cops, shouldn't you be out doing something important?
Yeah.
What about drug dealers? And he said to NBC 10, I don't know if I asked to have that one put on. Probably not, but I'll summarize it. Well, I was waking him up at 8 a.m. for prayers. Maybe they're praying. I don't know what they're praying to, though. And then he gets a stunning call from Dick's Sporting Goods somehow or another. Oh, God.
Wait, did this all take place before 8 a.m. then? Is that what he said?
Well, he said he was waking him up around that time. You're right, though. Yeah, they couldn't have been.
Yeah.
So that's you know what? I think we caught him. We got to get the coach on. We wouldn't be as easy. Yeah, he said, if you check the NBC 10, that's the figure I got around 8 a.m. He was waking him up for prayers. I had to get him up fairly early on a Saturday or whatever it was. And they were gone. Wait a minute, NBC 10. What time was the arrest? I don't think Dick's is open at 8 a.m. I guess it could be, but I think it's got to be at least 9 or so that Dick's Sporting Goods before they would open up. So is that legit? Prayers at 8 and they're gone?
He said he would wake the boys up for prayers, and he found that 8 of them were not in their bed. So I don't know if it's, he didn't wake them at 8.
Okay. All righty. Prayers. Oh, God. What time are they doing the praying? All right. We'll see if the coach would come on. And the police sheriff says, without a doubt, that he was asked by this guy after he begged Dick's not to do anything. Then he begged the sheriffs not to do anything. Why are you guys not doing something important? You say that to cops. That's the age-old thing, right? Don't you have anything to do that you're bothering me? That's not going to go over well. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is push pound 1210.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discount of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Get ready. It's the Hester Chevrolet year-end sales event. Lease a new 2026 Chevy Trax 1RS, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, just $339 a month. Or get power and performance for $399 a month in the 2026 Silverado 1500 LT. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
All right, it's Dom time. I'm going to play here, Henry, cut 12 here in a second. What the president said the way to deal with the messaging on affordability is, and we're going to see if you agree, if you're paying attention. It'll be cut 12. But first, said something interesting, mulling it, putting it out there, the president, and I'm on board with this, even though I wouldn't benefit by it. He wants to get rid of pretty much, let's put it this way, let's not get in the weeds. It's a concept I want. Of the tax on gambling winnings. The tax on gambling winnings. Okay, I'm not sure, how many people that would affect, what the limits are and all. Trump just speaking in big terms. Here's why I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of cutting any tax we can at any time, even if it doesn't affect me. In other words, we have to be united on this. They're taking too much of our money, they being every progressive and Republicans that go along with them, up and down the line. We could argue over flat tax and what it should be at any level, but every single one of them, and some a lot worse than others, they're taking way too much of our money. They're either wasting it, fraud, abuse, using it to stay in office, or just frivolous about other people's money. So yesterday, Trump in the high point was talking about the no tax on tips. I'll play you some of the people that stepped up and thanked him for that. No tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, but no tax on gambling winnings. Yeah, we just have to fight them in every nook and cranny every day of our lives to where they want to be. And again, is it 15% of your income in toto, depending on all that? We could argue that. But it's certainly not where it is now. And it's not overnight that we've gotten here, and it's not overnight that they'll do a whole lot more of it. That's what they want to do. And our team doesn't fight hard enough on this. That's the bottom line. There's always an excuse and always a reason to say, well, we just have to do it. We just have to tax. What else are we going to do? You know the answer. Here's President Trump, though, talking about what his message is going to be on this tour. And I don't think this is enough. So should we lie and just say, let's stand up and applaud? No, this is not enough. We know about gas prices going down, without a doubt. Here's what he said the message is, cut 12.
And I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices, and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message. If I had one message tonight, this is being covered like all over the world. This is crazy because I haven't made a speech in a little while. When you win, you say, oh, I can now rest. So Susie Trump, do you know Susie Trump? Sometimes referred to as Susie Wiles, Susie Trump.
And she is talking about Trump barnstorming. So is the message just that simple? You show up and say, number one priority, affordability. Biden did it. Good night, everybody. Okay? Gas prices down. All right. The healthcare thing is a difficult thing for them. It's not just me. It's Jeff Andrews saying it. Now, I don't like what Fitzpatrick's doing even a little bit. I'm not on board with that. But I don't think Republicans can get away with just going after the insurance companies. That is a great tactical move. The only problem is it's like we have this great secret weapon that would, like the nuclear weapon, that would defeat the Japanese, but it won't be ready for 2 years. Meanwhile, the Japanese are right there in World War II. I mean, it's the same thing. We need something that Republicans are going to get passed that's going to be evidence that they're sensitive on the healthcare thing that's out there. Yes, attacking Obama. I gave you the stat. True. 2014 to now, the top 7 insurance companies have tripled what they bring in from $511 billion to $1.5 trillion. All true. Is that enough to win people over? And again, whatever magic it is with Trump, okay, and it's almost indescribable, he's not on the ballots. So just by him saying, no, he's got to get these people off the couch and out there and voting. It's got to be more than Biden did it, we're taking it apart. Tell me if you think that's enough. Are you kidding yourself? Are you willing to risk on that, truly risk them taking over? And you know what that means. It will be unprecedented what we'd have to put up with every day. And all this stuff in the tracks not only stops, but they're going to go back and they're going to do their best to slow it down and take it apart until they get the presidency, then really take it apart. And here we go again. In other words, the midterms should be winnable. They're the ones we know that cause the affordability issue. But look what just happened in Jersey. 13-point win. Jack Ciattarelli blindsided. Affordability. Why didn't you see it? I didn't think it was bubbling up in that way. All right, hit us on the side. Some phrase that you think is wrongly stated, or the battle over things like niche versus niche. All that coming off seeing Chile. Let's go to Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good.
Wonderful show.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I would love to give you a little small story if I have time, or if you have time, on, I agree with you 1,000% on, if somebody sleeps while you're driving, that is the ultimate compliment.
Yeah, Scott, I hear you snoring over there, Scott. He did notice the 2-foot driving. He said, I didn't think anything of it, though. There you go, Henry. See, nothing of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Real quickly, many years ago, I drove from Seattle to Portland with a guy who picked me up at the airport, and I was the passenger. He was the worst driver in the world, which means I never fall asleep anyway, but I really had my fingers in the dashboard. Well, on the way home, he says, Jim, would you like to drive, or Gary, would you like to drive
Erase that. Yes.
Erase that. Back that up. Would you like to drive? And I said, oh, absolutely. So I did a trick on him. I drove up behind a tractor trailer. He starts nodding off, and then I hit the brakes. I went as close as I could to the tractor trailer. I hit the brakes, and he woke up, and I went, oh, my God! And he woke up, and he said, oh, my God! He never fell asleep again.
Well, look, he deserved the rest, and I was glad, too, that I have to talk for a while. I was a little bit talked out by that point.
Well, on your health care thing, name any time that a government gets involved in something where the price goes down. The number one issue, in my opinion, is the affordability with respect to housing, because all of the stuff that Earl talks about happening in Northeast Philly, it's now happening in Bucks County, which is subsidies and allowing people to live in housing under the government subsidies, which just keeps the prices of housing up.
This is an area where Trump, of all people, housing, things like that, is uniquely qualified. But you know what? They shouldn't wait to the new year. They should declare the summit now, noodle what the ideas are they're going to run on, and put them out there and start doing them.
Okay, well, the side question, I want to say going down Broadway, I don't want you to come across the table. It's not really something I don't like. You just pronounce the word like my mom pronounces the word. Most times. Not all the time, most times. When you say ask, A-S-K, you most times forget the K at the end to pronounce
I do. Ask.
Now you're
You
thinking
put a
about
T
it.
like my mom.
All right, I'll have to go back and listen to that tape. I mean, I think that's awfully suspicious here.
Well, now we're not going to get an accurate reading
Oh,
because now it's on your mind.
All right. Wait until a rainy Tuesday in December or a few weeks from now.
Yeah, and I'll be like,
just-
gotcha.
Yeah, and pull it up. Put that on your to-do list. That'll be a lot of fun to see if we
I'll
get
give myself
caught
a
on it.
reminder.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 855-8. That's fair enough. That word, sure. A lot of words. It's leaving off the end parts. It's putting something extra in there. But some of it's just straight up. The niche thing is a perfect example of just a school of thought that's going to argue over this. All right, it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Here is Cut 24, Henry. Governor Beshear. Now, this guy is a weasel whose father made him a prominent figure in Kentucky. Should have asked Scott Jennings about him last night. And he really thinks he can get under the skin of J.D. Vance by attacking J.D. Vance's backstory, Hillbilly Elegy. Listen to him on, this was either CNBC, but it was a big show today. Governor Beshear, that Biden's not to blame for the economy because he was focused on electric vehicles. Here's Beshear.
But if you give President Trump an F, he is going to tell you then that F is for former, as in the former president, President Biden. He is blaming the economy on that president. Does the former administration deserve at least some of the criticism?
Well, the former administration was attempting to build the economy of tomorrow, investing in really important industries like EVs, in chips, in areas for our national security that we've got to catch up with the rest of the world.
Were they successful
What
at
our
that,
families
Governor?
have said that the Biden administration was building the economy of tomorrow, focused on EVs, chips, and other areas that we have to catch up in for our own national security. But our families were saying we need the economy of right now. Now, wages were catching up to inflation, and this president, President Trump, was going to inherit a good, healthy economy. But the day he walked out there with that big tariff board changed everything. Made life harder for families he promised he'd make it easier for, and now the price of everything so much higher solely because of this president.
Okay, there we go. Now, one thing that I see being helpful in 2026, we're counting on, where President Trump really is taking his time, and I read today he's interviewing a bunch more people to be the Fed chair. The market just jumped up because they believe the Fed today is going to cut interest rates, I would say, by a quarter again. And if the right person is in charge of the Fed, I think we could see something even more substantial in 2026. And when that happens, I do think it juices the economy. And I think Democrats are afraid of it. So Trump is being really careful because you realize when you put this guy in, you have to give a period of time there and all. And this is critical, whoever the chair of the Fed is. But I think the Fed, some point during the show today, will announce they're cutting rates again by a quarter of a point. Why this long struggle with this guy? Because he's an idiot. He never should have been the Fed chair. Guy wants to build $1 billion, but they are building it. I think it's going to cost ultimately $1 billion for the Federal Reserve building in Washington. $1 billion. And they're in charge of money, the money supply. All right, 855-839-1210. We can get you in. Do you like the Trump message is the question. Is that enough? Biden did it. We're bringing it down. I'll get back to you. I think it's got to be a lot better than that. I'm not seeing across the board. I'm seeing difficulty with this. Now, of course, Biden created the condition. The argument is Trump has not done enough to bring it down. All right. Now, with some things that they're talking to them, and notice they're sensitive to this. So it's not just me saying they're sensitive. What was the first rollout they had? We're making Ozempic affordable. A little bit of a fringe. Recently, the CAFE standards were making new cars, which average allegedly $50,000 to buy a new car. It's amazing to me. We're going to make that more affordable. Gas prices already have done a great job on that. And you see they're picking off things point by point by point. It's just some of these things are stubborn. And Gary mentioned one, housing prices. It's housing and health care. I'd love to hear from you if you're worried about this. I know several people that are, that Obamacare subsidies of all sorts go away December 31st, I guess. What do Republicans do? Do they have something decent that they want to propose and pass before that period of time? Doesn't appear to be. And certainly not the boondoggle of Brian Fitzpatrick. But they can't just say, all right, we're looking at this and we hate the insurance companies. All true. Are people motivated enough by that? Are you willing to roll the dice? You know, the other choice is to punt it. I don't know that that's a great choice. Do Obamacare for another year. Others have suggested, I don't know, there was some talk of doing Obamacare for a shorter period of time. I don't even know how that works. All this stuff, though, is a difficult one to convince people. And then the biggie. I didn't hear the president say anything. Nothing yesterday. And again, it was entertaining. I have some stuff with people he interviewed that were there, focus panel. That was great. But you got to drill down. You have to just stop trying to entertain for a couple minutes and say, I want to talk to Trump voters. I love the ride we've been on together. Want to finish this off for America. And then tell them, if you don't vote, you're not a patriot. You can't go around telling people they're not patriotic. I am. We do it all the time. How many progressives, how many people that are here from countries? I have something from Daily Caller I'm going to read next. They put it beautifully, what the problem is with the Somalians that are in Minnesota. But if you don't vote whenever you have the chance, all right, something happened, you just couldn't vote. I get it. I'm saying if your voting record isn't almost like an NFL field goal kicker or the leader in the NBA shooting foul shots, then you're not a patriot. Stop pretending you are. Because a patriot votes. A patriot doesn't whine and say, well, you know, none of these people are any good. You're not a patriot if you don't vote. It's just that simple. Can Trump say that? Why won't he say it? Well, his base will be mad at him. That's what he's got to do on this tour. It's got to be something about get out and vote. I'm not on the ballot. Well, he's got to say, I am on the ballot. Don't you understand that? If you don't vote, I'm going to lose. I'm not going to be able to do what we're talking about. Alrighty, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hey, let's talk about my good friend, personal dental specialist and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. He has exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. That's no small deal. And now they have 11 years of training between them and 33 years of experience. It's thrilling to know that Dr. Emily Bentz now, another prosthodontist, joins Dr. Bentz in providing the best and customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine, in addition to the exceptional general care dentistry provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. It's a true family affair. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care, perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949 or visit their website, bentzdentalgroup.com, BENT dentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
Just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Gold is over $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they're paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. Also, they're buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel and in Broomhall at the Fairfield Inn. Gold is hot right now, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
The year's almost over. Now is the perfect time to refresh the rooms you use the most with Kitchen Magic. This December, take 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations. Huge savings right when you need them. And here's the best part. You can lock in 2025 pricing before the new year, so your dream kitchen or bath stays affordable no matter when you start your project. Kitchen Magic is family-owned, proudly made in the USA, and completely tariff-proof, bringing you quality you can trust since 1979. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make your home holiday ready before these savings disappear.
Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. Kia of CherryHill.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, in the big list of useful Republican idiots, the Governor Cox of Utah, out there after being in the ring, so to speak, or doing a dual thing at the National Cathedral with Josh Shapiro, says, yeah, I think Josh Shapiro would be a good president. All right, they were there to talk about political civil violence. And the governor of Utah, rather than say, well, you know, Josh, pretty much, I don't know why I'm here. It's an issue for your side. That's where it's coming from. So much so that this weasel, Josh Shapiro, gets to put $1 million, it's guesstimated, in improvements on his home that when he leaves office will increase the value of his home. I'm talking about his home here. He gets to bask in all the empathy. And I get it somewhat. Your family's there with this maniac trying to set the fires. But then he never does anything on accountability with the state police. And he tries to deep six the reason the guy has explicitly stated it because of Gaza, because of anti-Semitic thought, and because Josh Shapiro's Jewish. This guy is tricky. He gets this other guy to get a national platform. They prattle on about a dialogue we surely need on political violence. Just think of the major incidents of political violence, not saying they're not some from the right, but where are they coming from? Tom Homan hasn't seen his family, live with his family, I mentioned, since March, apparently. I told you Stephen Miller and his wife are living on a military encampment base with their kids because of the threats and because of what they get. And Josh Shapiro benefits by all this. The media is in love with this guy. I don't know what he is. He's repellent to me. He always has been repellent. And no more repellent than when suddenly, after he ran on being in favor of capital punishment, he says, how could he look his, I guess he said he was 10 at the time, something like that, son in the face, and say, 2 wrongs don't make a right, son, you're right. Dad, How could you let me tag in, Josh? I'll explain to him. Because one life is innocent, the other isn't. Because the death penalty, if we do it enough, is a deterrent. Because of closure for the families that have to put up with this. Because of Mumia Abu-Jamal that goes on forever. Because we're afraid you're going to let him out, ultimately. Those are just a few. I've just gotten started. Let's debate the death penalty, Josh. Remember that? He goes to a church and he says he's had a reckoning now because of his son. This guy is an outright chameleon, second to none. And the people in Harrisburg talk about the horrors of dealing with him up and down the line. He's out there criticizing the president yesterday here and how Trump is wrecking Pennsylvania's economy. A guy who couldn't get a deal done for what? Was it 4, 5, 6 months on the budget? Just a simple everyday state budget. He's a big mouth on national affairs. But seeing this governor of Utah be lured there and say what a good president Josh Shapiro would be, it is just amazing. He will not address, he runs away from it, why that guy was trying to kill him and his family. We have the guy's own testimony. We know it. Why didn't he do something about the state police? How deficient they were, letting him get over the wall, get in there, set all these fires, then get away. He didn't want more attention brought to the fact of what it was about. His party is anti-Semitic. They crawl with it. He's Jewish, observant, and wants to run on that, but he doesn't want them holding against him, so he's going to try to bypass as much as he can. And the media can't get enough of this guy here. They just love it. The Atlantic last week, we talked about him. We had Greg Rothman, the head of the Republican Party, on. How even these hardened people running for the president think he's a maniac, driven to get there at all costs. And we're dealing with people that are, oh, by the way, in a poll out that was based on various demographics, white, Hispanic, black, Pete Buttigieg, Henry, came in lower than when for president by African-American voters. He ranked a lot below the votes that David Duke, former head of the KKK, percentage got among black voters when he was running in Louisiana for a role. He got 14% approval. Pete Buttigieg only got 4%.
And is that 4 in what, Indiana or wherever he's from, or just nationally?
Nationally.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
So in other words, you could argue, media had it up. Pete Buttigieg does worse than the former head of the KKK. It tells you this guy is not a diversity candidate at all. They see through. He's not going to be president. There's no way. Could AOC be president? Yeah, I think that she could. I don't think it's likely. But she's more likely than Jasmine Crockett. She's more likely than Buttigieg. She's more likely, I think, than Kamala Harris. I don't see Kamala Harris being president ever. Could Josh Shapiro be president? Yeah, I'm afraid of that. Could Newsom be president? Yeah. I think, I don't know about you, but I thought Scott Jennings was more harsh on Newsom last night as far as his chances than I would be. Because I've been in the ring with him. I had him in studio. I had it and all. Look, he's not exactly Mr. Authentic, but I could see it.
That's for sure.
I could see it, though. He's a bit trickier than they are.
Well, didn't you say it the other day? You think he has a glass jaw? First punch that hits him, he's going to
we'll
shatter.
See. That will be it. Yeah, that's it. And Josh Shapiro might have a glass jaw, too, in that since the first time he ran for the House, every race that he's run has been, nobody thought he was running against a big opponent. Now, let's talk about that. We hope to get her back on. What chance does Stacey Garrity have? Well, upside, she's been great as treasurer. She has the military experience and the commendations that come with that in Iraq, running the prison there, that are extraordinary. The problem is, I'll be honest, that even getting her back on the show, and she likes us, we're wondering what the hell's going on. She was there with Trump last night. Pick up a phone. I mean, it's not that hard. We really want to hear from her. She's got to get, if you ask people, Stacey Garrity here, and they're not followers of Talk Radio 1210 particularly, she's not known here. You know, the clock's ticking. You're in against a killer politically here with Josh Shapiro. This will be all out. And he's going to use this governor's race. It's very reminiscent of what Christie did. Remember that? Then Christie made the fatal mistake. George Washington Bridge, shutting it down. Remember people going to jail for that. He was trying to run up the number to say, look at this, even in Jersey. Look at the number I got. I could win Jersey. I ought to be the nominee. All right, phone lines coming to you next at 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. Niche. We told you about the Chile, the Pinochet dying. And last night, Scott Jennings was a niche guy. Very, very clearly he was. Hit us with that. At 2 o'clock, we're going to talk with the head of the state St. Paul police in Minnesota. The guy's out there nationally saying, you know how much money they scammed out of funding for the functions of government, the Somalians. And the police are the ones that are suffering. Plus, they're losing numbers at an extraordinary rate with Walz. Walz might be just about the goofiest figure we've seen in quite a long while politically at any kind of level. But the disaster that's happening there now, and I'm going to read you the beautiful way that Daily Caller lays out why people are so upset with these people from Somalia, how difficult it is to get them out of here, even though 75% apparently are on welfare. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio.
See representative for warranty details.
Yo, Philly! Ike Reese here. You know I love this time of the year. Football, family, and plenty of tasty cakes. I'm talking about those limited edition flavors. Those Frostbite donuts? Fire. And don't even get me started on the mint chocolate candy cakes. Elite snack status right there. Perfect for tailgates, parties, or just kicking back after a bird's win. So grab your winter tasty cakes before they're gone, and you know the rule, accept no substitute.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, time. The story that really has riveted people, and we have special guests coming on at 2 o'clock about it. Daily Caller writes, the Somali fraud case isn't just an ironic situation. It's a result of third world immigrants shamelessly displaying loyalty to their corrupt and failed home states while guilting Americans into endless generosity. That's exactly right. And one of their guilting tools is to tell people if you don't give them the money in Minnesota, they're going to call you a racist. And there are weak people out there who don't want to be called racist by this group of ingrates, so they go along with it. They go on to say different cultures lead to different outcomes. In the absence of strong assimilation pressures, the fraud networks aren't so surprising. They reflect the extension of Somalia institutional norms into a new environment with weak enforcement and poorly designed incentives. In other words, they're coming here from a country that's almost non-existent with a lot of corruption, bringing the same values. There is not the ability to force assimilation that there used to be. In fact, it's even discouraged. So what is their default position? Exactly what we're talking about, the upwards of $8 billion that were taken one way or the other. And just think of the creativity. Look, this whole autism thing, I get it. I get the number that's there. I've given some of my reasons why I think this number 1 out of 32, why it's so high, et cetera. Okay. Because of that, Dr. Oz yesterday, talking about how these scam artists, this network they set up of people whose kids were autistic for treatment and God knows what else. The first year budget, they got $3 million. Ultimately, when they were stopped, they were up to $400 million. So how many of these kids that claim to be autistic are? And the answer is very, very few. I'm not saying that's the only thing that's going on. I'm completely open to looking at the environment and everything else that's out there. But I'm not convinced, for example, of the Tylenol thing. It's not convincing. I'm not going to say, oh, that's it. We're going to, just keep on blaming everything. No. Now, Dr. Siegel, who was on with me, says, if all possible, do not be taking anything, could be inflammation, et cetera. But it's not compelling to say this is the direct cause. I'm wondering how many people hear that, how many women are in pain, they're not going to take Tylenol now. And I get the drive on this, we need it. But all these pat answers about autism, you see what they lead to immediately. Who in the world, when you heard this, right, feeding the homeless, and you know where a lot of these scams come from, too? I think they indicted another Democrat from the South, a congresswoman, more claims of this. COVID. They got money from COVID. It was fraudulent. That's what we're looking at. So as we move forward with it, you got to say, wow, they made that amount of money on making fraudulent autism. Yeah, they set up a network of people. It was in the thousands that were getting money, and they took a lot of it. That's pretty creative. See, they see something there. People are, wow, we really got to get a handle on this. So feeding the homeless or feeding people, that's been done before. But this scam autism network that Dr. Oz talks about, wow, it's reached that level. That's right. Because there's a problem and because some in government have failed to address it, you're going to see any number of grifters jump in there and just fire away with it. So I told you my stance on RFK Jr. Yeah, I'm all on board, the food addict, some of the stuff that's going on there. But I'm going to take these point by point. And I'm not just going to jump in and say, oh, God, now we've solved autism just by throwing stuff at it. Just think with each one of these things, there's a downside, like the Tylenol thing. All right, the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Dom. Yeah, first off, you were talking about how they're planning on, they're threatening to kill Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and that sort of thing. And, I don't like Obama, but I never said anybody should kill him because it's like the line in Star Wars. If you kill me, I should become more powerful. You can't make him a martyr. You look at Charlie Kirk. The left hated Charlie Kirk and what he had to say. Quite honestly, no one really listened to him. I heard of him. I never really listened to him, never really followed him. There were only 100 or 200 Turning Point USA branches, on college campuses. Now that they shot and killed him, everyone's paying attention to him. Everyone's listening to him. There's like 2,000 branches that are opening up. They made him more powerful and more popular by killing him. If they would have just left him alone, it's like anybody else, like Rush Limbaugh or Glenn Beck. They were big voices at one time, but eventually people started to ignore them, and nobody talked about them. They weren't that big. If they would have just ignored Charlie Kirk, he would have just faded into the background and just had his own small little group. If they kill Tom Homan, it's going to prove that he's right. Right now, he's alive, and you can say, oh, he's deporting people. He's mean. He's a bastard. Okay, fine. No problem. People don't know who Tom Homan is, quite honestly. The moment you kill him, everybody in America is going to know, and they're going to say, hey, maybe he's deporting these people.
Yeah, I hear that argument, but what are we to do? Are we saying, and I asked Jennings this, and he went, yeah, that's what we're saying as a society is, if you want to be in a place like the Trump administration and that visible, Homan's one, but even more Miller, you're going to have to put up with living on a military base. That's what they're being told. The Secret Service told them, we can't protect you in a home in that area. How about we're going to root out every one of these death threats that we can around the clock. We're going to parade them forward publicly, and we're going to nail them.
That's already a law. I mean, if you remember correctly, when Trump lost, quote unquote, lost the election, and all of a sudden they started arresting all the people that worked with him, it was to discourage people from working with Trump. By giving death threats to people, it's to discourage people from working with Trump. The government itself, arrested, 19 people? They just threw out the Georgia case. They arrested 19 people because they all were associated with Trump. And it's a message. If you work with Trump, we're going to make your life miserable. And that's what the death threats are. If if Miller and Homan leave, who's going to take the job and replace them?
I guess the bottom line you're saying is then it's working.
To a point, yes.
Well, Earl, wait a minute. I don't know about you. I don't know how many people listen here. You got to be really driven beyond belief with young kids to every night go home and live on a military base.
Well, it's disturbing that they have to do that. But I'm not blaming all Democrats or anything like that. But that is the leftist playbook. The leftist playbook is. To villainize your opponent as opposed to having a conversation.
I know all that. My point is, are we helpless to do this, or I make this all the time, Earl? We don't call enough attention to it. We're not driven enough. I'm not saying it's easy, but with the FBI and everything else, I'm going to make the top 100 on this pay, and I'm going to parade them forward publicly to try to deter the next 1,000. If they won't do it, I'm going to arrest every one of them.
The problem is the judges probably believe them and probably want them dead anyway.
If that's the case,
we're fighting against the government.
I'm going against the judges then. We're going to publicize them. All right, Earl, what's your side?
Well, real quick on this, we shouldn't give up. I'm just saying it's going to be an uphill battle because the people in power are the ones that are backing it as well. But my answer to the side question, you're not too bad. But a lot of people, I answer phone calls all the time. And whenever someone leaves a message, they think that the phone number is one word. They don't take a breath in between. It's like, call the radio station, 855-839-1210. It's like, it's not one word,
Right.
Take a break in between, 855-839-1210. Give a break so that, we can hear and absorb the number because they just read so quickly. A phone number is not one word.
Thank you, Earl. That's a good one. That's outside the box. Here's the point I was making with Earl. Is this a national priority or not? Look, I think the guy I'd put in charge of it, I know he's busy with the shoplifters, is a guy like that with a mentality with that. You're not going to make a death threat. If you make a death threat, now I went through this. It wasn't, I let it go. It wasn't a direct, I'll kill you type of thing, but the guy was getting pretty close to that. And then he mentioned Roe and the kids. And I didn't take it, and thank God they have something called the VIP thing in Philadelphia, and the police commissioner then was really good. They went to the guy and say, this has to stop. If not, we're coming back here. And the guy said they said, just don't listen to him. And he said, I have to listen. And that's when they said, well, that's your problem. We're coming back, and stone cold, we're going to arrest you and drag you out of here. And thank God, now, if I'm Stephen Miller, it's got to be enormous. Do we just put up with it and say there's nothing we're going to do? When Scott said that last night, I do this. Well, stop. Let's go back. And I went back to it. They're living on a military base. And I haven't seen that anywhere out there. And Scott just kind of, in the course of conversation, because he knew, brought it up. Tom Homan apparently hasn't been much in contact with his family because of the fear there. Are we saying, yeah, we're saying this is what even Elon Musk, now, he's got a much bigger persona even before that, where protection, kidnapping, and all that. You got to deal with that, right? I get that. And if you're president, the reward is so great that you got to deal with those threats. But you mean to say a Stephen Miller's got to live on a military base? That's how far it's gone. One of the things that would relieve it is to go after these people. In other words, I'm talking resources. If it takes money, manpower. We all yesterday, it was almost universal. Is there anybody out there that says what that sheriff did in Polk County and what he does? Is there anybody that says that's a waste of resources? The coach apparently was complaining because there were so many deputies out there. Apparently he said that. What do you have all these deputies for? Can't you be doing something else? The people in Polk County love this guy. They want to see this. Well, wait a minute. Other crimes were being committed when those deputies were. They don't care about that. They want this to stop. You are not going to shoplift here. Yeah, well, what about the murders? What about, really? They're going to be solving more murder? Give me a break. And he made the point again and again and again. There were not eight teenagers together from Polk County out there shoplifting together. They had to come from Philadelphia, where it's allowed. And need I add, the shoplifting thing leads to other things. You know it and I know it. Why in the world, though, would the Secret Service and others, look, they said, we don't have the level of protection of the White House. You can't live in a house. That's what Jennings said. Next time I get him on, I'll drill down on it. And somebody said to me afterward, we're standing there with Scott, well, couldn't they live in an apartment? That's even worse. Anybody could walk in, they show their back, I'm a repairman or whatever, and just go to where they live and take them out.
Yeah.
It's even worse than if you have a house protected. I can't imagine protecting the apartment comp. I mean, is that, well, I asked Scott, well, why, these driven people like this, Stephen Miller, why would they do it? And he said, patriotism. That's a lot. And you got young kids. Is that what is demanded? It's reached that level. Look, if you're the domestic policies are like he is, it shouldn't be that you have to live on a military base. He's not the president. He's not even the vice president. He's not even the Secretary of State or the Treasury or whatever. And I don't know. I'm sure they have some protection. It shouldn't be that. The only guy I've ever interviewed who had to live on that was the guy that ultimately became the prime minister, the head of the Netherlands. That's because that guy was the number one fighter in the world of attacking radical Islam. And when I interviewed him out at the old station a couple stations ago, there were 6 armed guys there standing next to me, some of them with their fingers on Uzis, telling me to shut the drapes and all. Is that what it's like? Is that what it's come to in America in the world of Trump? Why are news organizations not talking about that? All right, phone lines, coming to more calls, 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a minute, though, first. Imagine actually feeling merry this Christmas season. or Philadelphia this holiday season, whatever. Merry, bright, genuinely healthy this holiday season. Well, that's Rescue. That feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Halls sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements, as you can feel your best and enjoy every festive moment ahead. For over 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been the trusted wellness partner for millions of folks and their families across the country. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials: powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas. They help you stay vibrant from the inside out. So this season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call that Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became number one 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the number one beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal. Yes, what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we'll be calling home for 10 days next spring. So if you've loved our events in Italy, oh my goodness, what a treat in store for you, designed just for us, for our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes. That includes your airfare from Philadelphia. I want you to call now, 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com. And Portugal isn't just a playground of the world's jet set. We'll learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais, Chalon, they're worth the crossing, but there's more. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in a passionate way. We'll learn why together. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The body of a 70-year-old woman was recovered from the massive fire in East Germantown that spread through several row homes. Delaware County Council is expected to vote tonight on a budget that would raise property taxes by 19%. And people can sign up to get help paying their heating bills at an event today in North Philadelphia.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Dom time. All right, coming up, we're going to talk briefly with Mark Ross, president of the St. Paul Police Federation. He's in the news nationally because of the Somalian thing. And his argument is, first of all, you got these people that want to defund the police. Then you have these people fraudulently taking $8 billion. And in the meantime, you don't have the infrastructure for law enforcement. Just another example of what happens in these blue places like Minnesota. But then we'll take your calls. And look, I hear Earl's point here, but the point I'm making on the death threats is, no, they shouldn't have to live on a military base. No, Tom Homan should not have to be apart from his family because of they're afraid of protection. What has to happen is put more money into it if that's what it takes. I always think it takes a driven individual who's saying, this is serious business. We are going to use every resource to hunt down people making death threats. And whatever the full force of the law is, we're going to apply it every time. Just like shoplifting in Polk County. Everything is big. That's the message. Is that ridiculous? 855-839-1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Get immediate cash at our 5 days only buying event, December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There has never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's 5 days only, December 15th through the 19th from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash. December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
Give your holiday stuffing a delicious upgrade with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Ground and packaged for easy use. Just open, cook, and mix into your favorite stuffing. Then bake up bite-sized stuffing muffins that are packed with savory flavor. Perfect for passing around the table or sneaking before the big meal. Your holiday inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield. Better care, better pork, better holidays.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, Dom time. Welcome in. I saw this story, and it just breaks your heart, particularly when we're dealing with police and backing for police. Imagine being in a place like Minnesota where that doesn't, it seems to be rampant, the defund stuff, and particularly, though, the resources. When you take out varying estimates on the fraud, like the autism fraud, the feeding the children fraud, doesn't leave a lot to recruit and pay and bring in police to do their job of protecting citizens. Mark Ross is the guy that I saw speaking about this. He's the president of the St. Paul Police Federation. Officer Mark joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Mark, welcome to Philadelphia. Thanks for taking time to join us.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Well, Mark, you're in a state, I don't know about St. Paul, and we've had some of it here with people at one level or another wanted to fund police. But who would have thought what a creative way to do that? Just dry up all the funds with fraud, given the people are committing criminal acts.
Yeah, we face a lot of the same political sentiment here that you all do out there in Philly. I know, of course, you guys deal with Larry Krasner. He's kind of on the extreme end of things, and it's quite similar here, actually. Just across the river in Hedman County, we have a gal named Mary Moriarty, who's kind of an anti-police county attorney. But politically, yeah, we've been facing the same things, and the amount of fraud that has occurred in the state of Minnesota is absolutely disgraceful. And, again, no checks and balances, no oversight, and we're upwards of $2 billion. That's with a B as in Bravo. And I think that might just be the tip of the iceberg. And you mentioned the Feeding Our Future scam, which were these meals that were supposed to go to children in need. That was over $1 billion, and now we're uncovering all these other types of scams, and it's unbelievable. And at the same time, you have law enforcement. We're at the Capitol battling for every single dollar to try and recruit and retain cops, and it's tough to get anything.
Let's talk about the salaries. I once, this is years ago, Mark, saw, I believe it was Seattle was the high point. And at that, I'm talking years. Starting salary could have been approaching $80,000, yet they had trouble because of George Floyd summer, et cetera, recruiting enough cops. So you have to have the resources today because we know the downside. So what's the starting salary of a cop pretty much in St. Paul?
Right now, we are at about $87,000 salary.
Okay, 87.
And that's with a 2-year degree. Two-year degree, and you have to go through the licensure process.
Well, I would say that's pretty good. What do you think it should be to recruit? What do you need, do you think?
I think we're going to really need to get closer to 6 figures here in the very near future. Just starting out as a cop. The job has gotten so complicated. The work is still fantastic. Any real cop will tell you the work hasn't changed that much. It's all the external factors. It's the politics, specifically local and state politics, depending on where you live. And really, those things have pushed people that would be very good cops away from entering the profession. So money is the only way to get people through the door.
And, I did Minnesota radio. I filled in. This is years ago, Mark, and I was told, and I think it's true of the civility and all the rest. So how are you in a state that does seem to have that more gentle approach, by and large, for people that called me on the radio and all the rest? And yet they're not big proponents of what should be, seemingly would go along with it to me. It's like breathing, is supporting the cops.
And I don't know that there's that many people that truly don't. There's obviously, political extremists pretty much drive everything. And so the political extremists here have a foothold on state and local politics. And I will tell you, it's tough to overcome it. We have many more friendly faces at the state capitol than we do in the Twin Cities. I mean, the Twin Cities, I think between Hennepin County and Ramsey County, the two biggest counties in Minnesota, Minneapolis and Hennepin County, we're the capital city in Ramsey County. I don't know that there's one elected official in any capacity that isn't a Democrat. I think we have one independent. The sheriff in Ramsey County is an independent. And again, these are folks on the very progressive end of things. And it's tough to get over that hurdle because they have so many activist types in their ears that literally we can't do anything right in many of those folks' eyes. And it's tough. It's tough to overcome it.
We're talking with Mark Ross. How about Tim Walz? When this guy was a surprise VP choice, my sense said when the wife let open the windows of the governor's mansion to smell the burning tires during George Floyd's summer, that was a clue to what you're dealing with. What's Walz like toward cops?
I would describe him as kind of milquetoast. I mean, again, he hasn't been helpful for us.
Right.
He won't come out like some of the rest, but he has allowed a lot of things to occur at the legislature and sign things into law that have made things much more difficult for us. And so I think he'll say the right things in front of the camera for some, but I don't think he's a huge proponent of law enforcement. And to your point, the things that his wife said were saying about the riots of 2020 here, when $100 million of damage was done right in his backyard in St. Paul, and another $400 million in Minneapolis. For her to say something like that, it's disgusting. Makes me sick to think about
and the
it.
attacks on police, including, point of pride. People don't understand. I'm from a cop's family. When you had to give up that precinct where they just said abandon it and all, that right there, when you do something like that, we know what that leads to.
Probably one of the worst decisions of all time. And I'll tell you, I wholeheartedly believe had our governor, our commissioner of public safety at the time, his name was John Harrington, Mayor Jacob Frey of Minneapolis, and Mayor Melvin Carter III of St. Paul, had they actually come out from underneath whatever rock they were hiding under, because nobody saw them for 3 days, and allowed us to do our jobs, I think we could have prevented all of this. But instead, the orders are given, hey, just let the precinct go, let them let it out. It turned into, as you know, worldwide chaos as a result of that.
Yeah,
and I truly think we could have prevented it. I think we could have prevented it if we had some leadership.
Mark, as a cop with, investigatory in your blood and all that, it was no surprise. The level of it, though, with the Somalians here, of what's going on, why them? Why would that be one group that is, there's 59 of them. It's not every person we're talking about, but it is extensive, and Omar is on the outer edges of this. Why that group?
That's a good question, and I'm not going to paint any group with a broad brush because us cops don't like it more than anybody else. Mm-hmm. I think that there's probably a couple bad actors that said, "Hey, folks, we got this scam going on. You should jump in on it," and that's what happened. And who knows what'll happen? I mean, this is going to take years and years of investigatory work and years of prosecutions to really get down to the root of it and figure out who all was involved and what the percentages of what people from what populations. And then truly, it comes down to government oversight. If you are a part of some program where there's no oversight and you have the ability to steal money, hey, crooks are going to come in and steal money. That's what they do.
Absolutely.
So there are more questions than answers right now, and it is not good. It's bleak. And I think about all that money that's been spent on luxury houses, oceanfront property, and other parts of the country, some of it purportedly directed to Al-Shabaab, terrorist organization. Mm-hmm. I think about the billions of dollars and how we could have used that for public safety in the state of Minnesota. And again, it just makes your stomach turn to think about it.
Well, I'm so glad, though, the silver lining, we got to talk with you. So please, Mark, just let Henry know if there's any update on anything else. And certainly we bleed blue here and know what cops are going through. So thank you, Mark, for coming on today.
Hey, I appreciate having me, and thanks for the support. God bless your cops out there in Philly and cops throughout the country, and we're going to keep battling. So we'll stay hard at it, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you, Mark, very much. Notice Larry Krasner. He didn't say, that progressive DA in Philly. He knew the name right away.
Yeah,
Larry
I was
Krasner.
surprised.
The Kras has not weighed in, and I don't think the media has asked him about those 8 kids and the shoplifting thing.
Well, have they found him yet?
Yeah, and the connection to no shoplifting's fine in Philadelphia. But most of these people actually know the name now. That's how infamous this is. All right, the Fed has cut rates again, which is a good thing. President Trump now kind of teasing out who will put in charge of the Fed, and it's a major player. This is going to help things going into 2026. I'm just, you can tell me, do you notice grocery store prices going down? I shop with Roe, and I don't notice that. Now, it's at a penny here, penny there. They're still very high. Do you know, maybe centering on a few. Every time we have Dawn Fantasia on, she centers on eggs. I don't get eggs most times, so I'm not exactly sure that I've seen any downturn there. But the president yesterday, I'd give him an incomplete. Yeah, the economy in certain ways is tremendous. Are people having affordability problems? And if so, the big one they're worried about is the healthcare jump. Now, we fill ours in November at the station, and I noticed a sizable jump. Are you noticing that? If you've done that, you're coming up to it. And what's the strategy? The GOP plan would give up to $1,500 for health savings accounts for people earning less than 700% of the federal poverty level. It's meant to cover deductible costs for lower price ACA plans. Okay? It bars funds from being used for abortions. Hey, Brian Fitzpatrick, buddy, I don't know if you're ducking me or not, or gender transition services. Hey, Brian, would your bill, why is it that Cassidy and the Republicans bill? We're not going to litigate abortion here, Brian Fitzpatrick says. Why? We don't want to pay for it. I'm not saying we're going to stop you from getting an abortion, but we don't want to pay for it. How about gender transition services, Brian Fitzpatrick? Would your bill pay for that? With your cap. You know what? First of all, we're talking about words today. First of all, Brian, I don't think you ought to be able to use the word cap when it's a family of 4 with $225,000. I don't think that's a cap. I don't know even what to call it. You're capped at that. It's not a cap. A cap would be a lot lower than that. It's a fake cap. It's Fugazi cap. And the plan they're talking about today, introduced in the Senate, would at least say, no, you can't get an abortion on this. We're not going to stop you from getting an abortion. It's not about that. It's about people paying for someone else to say, no, I'm not going to pay for your abortion or your gender transition service. All right, 855-839-1210. Henry, just a quick question here. My podcast has now moved into talking about Make America Smarter Again, brain rot, ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why Fox is teasing up the 6-7 thing and brain rot. What would the two have to go together? I'm trying to get a line.
So it's more just anytime you see the brain rot would be that anytime you see the numbers 6 and 7 together, you instinctively do the 6-7 motion. Yeah. I think that's the brain rot. And that's something that's going to be in your head 5 years from now. Now entering the game, number 67. And
I see.
In your head, you're going to think, 6-7. I remember that.
Yeah,
that's the rot.
That might be a little bit of too heavy of a tease. Then I thought they were on to something a little bit more here.
Yeah, they're not digging very deep in the brain rot. They're just sticking with 6-7.
It is amazing. It's you could write a book about it. A phenom like this, how something like this goes viral and just is used constantly. All right, 855-839-1210. You heard Mark Ross in Minnesota, what they're facing there around this. And, again, 87,000 to start, and they're having trouble getting caught. Why? Well, you heard what they're up against. I have to look at Philadelphia. Last I saw, I think it was 55. What does it take to become a cop in some of these hellholes where people don't respect policing and go after them? It ought to be called the Krasner bonus. You want to be a cop in Philly, you get the Krasner bonus. We would start you at 55, but because of Krasner, we'll start you at $1 million. You know, that's what it's worth to have to deal with this guy. Well, I wish that sheriff could be the police sheriff here with Larry Krasner. Oh my!
I feel like it would just be press conferences every day.
Yeah, every day doing
one
press
from
conference.
the
Right,
police, one from the city hall. Just every day, just be retaliation back and forth.
Yeah, Larry wouldn't be cleaning the glasses and bringing up lives with that guy. All right, just before we get to Money Melody, last night a lot of folks came up and said they're coming to the big Army-Navy game, not here in Philadelphia, but we're going to be watching it together with you, me, Ro. Henry's invited. He looks like a Manayunk guy at the Manayunk Brewery. You'll be able to enjoy prizes along with great food and drink specials throughout the game. Now, tickets are just $15 at NavyLeaguePhilly.org. All proceeds go to Navy League Philly to support our local sea service members, meaning the Navy. And I know the guy that's been ahead of this for years. It's a great organization. You might want to join NavyLeaguePhilly.org. That's where you get your tickets. Love to see you, meet you over there. And I won't be drinking Pellegrino water, even though Scott Rave was like saying, oh, you guys go all out. He kept on talking about Philly hospitality to me driving over before he fell asleep, which I took as a great sign of confidence. Meanwhile, my direction systems tell me one thing, and I'm saying, I'm not turning at Oaks. I'm only turning at Route 29.
Mm-hmm.
Henry and I agreed on it. And thank God it was only a little bit of the road because I'm thinking, Greg Stocker, we're out there in the middle of 422, which I know nothing about.
Yeah.
Trying to find Phoenixville, and the clock is ticking. And he's asleep, thank God, as I'm fumbling. All right, 855-839-1210. All right, Henry, what do you have today?
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we're asking for words that we might commonly mispronounce, or you're just, you've had enough. I'm saying it this way. I'm not saying it another way. And I'd say oftentimes in songs, if you mishear a lyric, you don't know to correct it, and you sing it that way for the rest of your life until someone corrects you. One of the songs for me where I have no idea what anyone's saying in the song is Rock the Casbah by The Clash.
Okay.
To this day, I listen to it every once in a while, and I don't sing along because
they may be saying gibberish.
Yeah, they might honestly be saying gibberish. So I'm actually going to play you what could be the original version of that song. This person who covered this song says he wrote the original and that The Clash were actually inspired by him in making the song Rock the Casbah. So I am going to play you a song. I'm going to play you Rock the Casbah, but I want to know the original language or the country of origin in which it comes from.
Okay.
Some notes about the said country. This country has a deep, rich history. They've been ruled by the Romans, the Byzantines, Germanic tribes, Spaniards, Turks, and the French. And they've also have no debt as a country, which I found very interesting considering how much...
Something wrong with that. We got to get some Americans over there. Let me send Ro over there. Let's see what she can do about the no debt.
Get some damage done, yeah. So I'll give you those two facts for now. We'll see if we need any more. I think we might. But also this language, not necessarily associated with the country, but multiple countries speak this language. I'll say that too. So, all right, I want to know the language of the country in which this cover of Rock the Casbah comes from. chorus might be in English, but I'm not going to accept that as an answer. I want the language or the country in which this song hails from.
All right, hit us with that, and you are going to win a $50 gift card to the Metro Diner, perfect for your next holiday gathering. Metro Diner is serving up their Heat and Serve holiday feast. Looks like we corrected that somehow or another.
Yeah.
Featuring roast turkey and baked ham, paired with all of the fixings that serve a party of 1, 4, or 8. Visit metrodiner.com to place that order today. It's a great spot. Just one note. I was watching during that break. Doom scrolling, linked to brain rot, Henry. I don't know what that has to do with the 6 and 7. Definition, doom scrolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, definition.
Doom scrolling, yeah, it will definitely give you brain rot.
Yeah, what is definition now? Yeah.
Of brain rot?
No,
doom scrolling.
Yeah.
It's incessantly scrolling through social media upon, minutes, hours on end. Just you keep scrolling because you're bored. You're not doing anything.
Okay.
You're laying in bed, and suddenly it's, oh my gosh, it's 1 a.m. I've been scrolling this long. You've been doom scrolling.
And one other thing, Erica Kirk on the noon show on Fox today said they're receiving more death threats than ever. All right, so I'm either right or wrong on this, and you could tell me I'm wrong. Are death threats a big deal that we ought to hunt down the people making them, or it's a waste of resources? You just got to take your chances. You want to be Erica Kirk out there, Charlie Kirk, you got to take your chances with all these death threats. You want to be the Millers, you're going to have to live on a military base. That's just the price of doing this. That's the way the world is. In my world, my utopia, we are hunting down every one of these people day and night, every single one of them. Just like these shoplifting kids, we're going after every single one of them. That's the way that it works. Well, Dom, the resources, I think it's worth it. Would death threats stop? No. Would they calm down? Yes. 855-839-1210. I think we're saying, if you want to be in these positions, honey, stop complaining about it. Don't be in public. We're saying as a society, death threats come with it. Deal with it. That's the way it is. To me, that's unacceptable. You need another leader then. You're a loser. It doesn't come with it. Not in Dom's world. 855-839-1210.
Walter Sterling.
The guy who's running the boat, he's not going to help you. You start to pull in one of those giant fish, he's not going to help you. I start to wind it in, and I want to stop, but you can't stop because you're a guy.
And I think I'm going to die.
I have never had so much exercise as when I went deep sea fishing, and therefore I will never go again.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Gold is over $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. Also, they're buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware, stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel and in Broomhall at the Fairfield Inn. Gold is hot right now, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Clear says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money. All right, so Henry rocked the Casbah, gibberish. What are they pronouncing there? And he's thrown in a different language. We're looking for the language or country, right?
Correct.
All right, let's hear the clue.
This country has no debt towards anyone else, Dom.
Wow. Let's get in there and rack some up for Christmas. Let's go to Jerry in Wilmington. What's the country, Jerry, or language?
Oh, God. I'm looking at Arabic, and then no country debt is Libya.
So what are you going with? Are you going with Libya?
Yeah, let's go Libya, yeah.
All right,
to make
not
sure.
Libya.
A lot of schools of thought there. I had to make sure I was following correctly.
Michael in Abington. What's the country, Michael?
I think it's Algeria.
Wow.
Wow. All right. Maybe the no debt thing was easier to look up than we thought.
Yeah,
Wow.
maybe it was, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. But why Algeria, no debt?
I actually don't know why. Let's see. Their external debt used to stand at 75% in the 90s, but just a lot of, GDP growth over the years has led to just having no debt.
In Algeria?
In Algeria, of all places,
Why are we not bringing the Algerian guy to Washington?
Well, it also says here a lot of Algerians live in poverty, so I don't,
Okay, but I'm still looking. As long as he's the affordability czar. Hey, wait a minute. Who's Trump appointing as Dom was talking about the Algerian guy, and suddenly he's here. He's rocking the Casbah, too. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Erica Trump also gone after these conspiracy theorists about the death of her husband, many of them pointing toward Israeli agents, if you can imagine. And one of them, Candace Owens, is just sickening that woman has an audience. But Tucker Carlson plays in all kinds of things, too, and they all still have her on. Who are the people watching that, consuming that? Amazing. I think I'm right on the death threat thing. It's gone too far. Erica Kirk talking about they're receiving more death threats than ever. Well, that's just what you have to put up with, Dom. What are you always trying to change the world for? Because this is something doable. No, it's not. We don't think it's that important. Yeah, I do think it is. I do think we have to put the kibosh on this as best we can. Not throw up our hands. And by the way, the U.S., I'm monitoring it, apparently has seized an oil tanker, a Venezuelan oil tanker. Now, I don't know if the argument is that there are drugs on board or not. I'm looking at this, but this is a pretty big escalation as far as what's happening here. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let me get Joe on board. The great Joe of Exton. Joe, good afternoon. People were asking for you last night.
Oh.
Of course.
Yes. Hello, Donlin. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
Now, a word that carries a dual pronunciation is Appalachia versus Appalachia.
Yes. Which one do you go with, Joe?
Appalachia.
You do? Whoa, wait a minute. Yeah?
Yeah, I like it. It has a solid sound to it.
All right, how about the niche versus niche, Joe? Don't tell me you're a niche guy.
No. Niche, N-I-T-C-H.
Come on, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. He goes with the Appalachia. It's made up. It sounds woke to me. That's when I first started seeing the Appalachia. That they started pronouncing it that way. All right, Jasmine Crockett getting some backing for a Senate bid. Let's hope that continues in Texas. Oh, my goodness. Senator Jazzy Crockett. I don't know why she didn't get a more prominent role in the squad of AOC. She is every bit, I've said get rid of the Presley woman. She's not that crazed. She's crazed. Then, of course, the local unit, Madeline Dean, Houlihan did not show up last night. We stopped and said, is Houlihan here in the House? And Scott was one. I said, it's her district. And not it. What the heck is up with that woman? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Coming up, more of your calls. And this is a national report. A new drug has just arrived in Kensington. I don't know if it's an agent that cuts it more than the drug. The most powerful drug yet. Addicts say you go straight to sleep. And it begs the question constantly, is Kensington impossible to stop? And even I think deep down, boy, this is a tough one. But you know what? I think if you're the mayor, if you're whomever, you got to say, not on my watch. Whatever happened to not on my watch? Like, not on my watch are you making death threats to Erica Kirk. We are going to hunt you down. And the argument seems to be societally, look, if you want to be out there publicly like Charlie Kirk was, this comes with the territory. The Millers have to live on a military base. Oh, well, that's their choice. And think about it. The Supreme Court people are not living on a military base, even though they had one guy loaded weapon in front of Kavanaugh's house. Remember the guy that got caught and sentenced? So Stephen Miller is so incendiary that, to the best of our knowledge, he's the only one that has to live on a military base they can't protect. It's that enormous. Think about that. Yeah, I would guess Homan's got to be right up there. And he apparently has been away from his family. He doesn't want to give a clue to where they are because of what we're talking about. You need people that are going to say, you know what, we're putting a stop to this. You're not going to do this. You're not going to threaten. You're not going to be anticipating. We are coming after you. And most of it, the lion's share, is coming from the left. Even with Josh Shapiro, it was from the left. But he uses it to say, can't we have a conversation about political violence? Yeah. Why don't you tell us why the guy tried to burn you to death and your family, Josh? Let's start with that. What was the reason? Where did that come from? Then we can have the conversation, because I agree with you. What are you doing to stop it? He says it's just rhetoric. How about going after people that are engaged in this, egging it on? Some of it is outside the First Amendment protection. When you make a death threat, I don't think that's protected speech. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid fought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Now is the season for finding a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during Toyotathon, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $299 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% per 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Uptown Nauer Theater in Westchester with Norm Clark and Brendan Donegan, Thursday, January 15th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Oh!
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discounts of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So here's the latest headline. The Dispatch, the Real People of America Zombieland, and they talked to addicts and others over in Kensington. They say the strongest and cheapest highs in America. Somehow the drugs and the people always end up on Kensington Avenue in Philadelphia, the country's most notorious open-air drug market. Realize, Mexico, when they wanted to do a PSA, don't do drugs, you could end up like this. Where did they film it? What film did they show? Kensington, out of the whole country. And they talk about that animal tranquilizer used to cut drugs. They talk about fentanyl or fetty in the dope, those two. And now they talk about medetomidine delivers a shorter, more powerful high than the varieties of dope that preceded it, and it crashes faster and more brutal. By some estimates, you ready for this? It's 200 times stronger than the animal tranquilizer that's used. There are no stages to the high, said Tony, who's in his early 30s and has a blue diamond tattoo next to his eye. You go to sleep immediately. Always ends up in Kensington. Now, I think Sherelle Parker is doing some things there. The so-called harm reduction people, these idiots who say, get high here and we'll bail you out if you overdose. Those people are still battling with them. Again, what rights are involved here, or what am I missing? Again, how often this comes up, that all this was diverted to Kensington. And people, including Archbishop including the Archbishop of Philadelphia, doesn't speak out about this. I've gone over this how many times? There was an opportunity with all this harm reduction talk to say this is anathema morally. Speaking as the major religious figure in the entire area in Pennsylvania, arguably at least, and Jersey. Can't be doing that. It's immoral and bad policy, etc. And to go there. Who else? So, again, I think the mayor is somewhat pushing back on this. They've said a lot of good things. They're making some progress. But it doesn't, you know what this Kensington story does? Let me broaden it out to the big picture. That Trump recognizes that for a million reasons, the war on drugs is not mitigating enough. And those million reasons are you have, God knows, the ACLU. You have how vast this country is, how many portals, how much money to be made, how much demand there is in the American psyche to get high in this manner, how much desperation. Okay, what I'm going to do is I am going to cut it off at its source. The only problem is Venezuela, yeah, I'm all in favor of hitting them. I get the big picture here. I get all that. And this tanker might be the most recent example of it that we just did today. Maybe drugs are part of the picture here. But Mexico and these cartels, they are still en masse sending poison into America. And we talked yesterday with Mike Chitwood Jr. down there in Florida because of the shoplifting thing. And he said they have, and he listed the manner in which they do it. And it's difficult to stop some of those modalities. So I'm just taking the Trump plan and adding the Dom plan as a little part of it. No, it was Chitwood that we talked with on that, Henry.
Yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. We had Chitwood on the Dawn Stensland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah,
sorry.
it's okay. Yeah, I didn't get in. Grady Judd had enough other stuff. So the bottom line is Trump is saying hit it at source. Don't let it get here. The source of these drug labs, the precursor comes from the Chinese. They're difficult to deal with. Hit them in Mexico. Stop stalling. Hit the drug labs. If you want to target the cartel members that we know who they are, take them out. The Israeli way, you want to be the head of the cartel, this is what's going to happen. You don't want to be the head of the cartel or one of the heads. El Chapo, people like that, that's it. You're gone, buddy. And all the people around you. Yeah. I like the Trump plan. I just think it's a bit misdirected toward Venezuela. So if you really want to stop these stories, hearing this in Kensington, and I don't care the other side saying, well, you wouldn't shoot them to death in Kensington, right? Hitting these drug labs in Mexico, that's exactly what I think President Ron DeSantis would do. I'm not sure what's in Trump's mind, what the repercussion is he fears, but I don't think he's going to do that. And that is the source of most of the fentanyl. It's the underlying cause. And what they're going to continue to do, though, they're going to continue. You heard this. It's 200 times stronger even than that animal tranquilizer. Hitting them at their source is the only thing that you're going to do. But I think it's worth it. Whatever they have to do to shut down Kensington and to say, no, you're not taking over an American city, an American area. I think it's worth it. I always think it's worth it. There are people that think it's not. They always give you the lecture on reasons. They give it to Trump. No, sir, not worth the resources. I almost always reject that. Frank Rizzo rejected it. Trump rejects it. Why? Because in their gut, it's surrender. That's what we're talking about. I'm just seeing, too, on Fox, they're talking to another guy in Minnesota that's a police head. Minnesota police exodus tied to the fraud scandal. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon, Robert. Hi.
Hey, Dom, Henry. Good to talk to you guys today. While you take the well-paying and good-paying jobs, I'll take the high-paying job.
Okay.
And also, Dom, just a few seconds on the show. The question yesterday was something that made something good better. And I think good answers to that would have been Henry, because he made a great show even better. And your new callers this year, Zenos and Dave from South Carolina and Lance and Newman Price. Wow, that is $1 million name.
And I remember Zenos, it was on Memorial Day. That's one of the reasons I do those days. New people listen, and Zenos suddenly was there.
Yeah, Newman Price sounds like a publishing house, doesn't it? I mean, very.
He's a character. But, he's a character, yeah.
And I think that Dom, you're too much an either-or guy. I mean, I like chocolate chip cookies, but I also like oatmeal cookies. I like the mountains. I like the mountains, but I also like the beach. In fact, our best camping trip was right along the beach, down by Ocean City. I mean, that was the best of both worlds. We do that every year around Labor Day. I mean, it's awesome. But I'll get to the side question, and my answer is neither, neither, either. And I'm not going to get mad at anybody who gets them wrong, because the words are a violation of the English language, Dom. It says I before E except after C, or if sounding like A as in neighbor and way. So by that rule, both of those words should be neither and either. But I'll just leave it there. You guys have a great day, okay?
The man packs a lot into a call. This guy was a star last night. It must be the hair as he came into the meet and greet with Scott Jennings. It's Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Hey, Joe, great to see you last night.
That was a great evening. Yeah, and you put together some very good productions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe.
Everybody. On my behalf, thank you from everybody. Before I get to that, because I have a request for you. Did I hear Shapiro correctly today when he said in a room with him and a 10-year-old, the adult in the room was the 10-year-old?
Where did he say that, Joe? We'll track the sound down.
Oh, with my son and the death penalty.
He said it today, yeah?
No, well, it was an earlier segment you had.
Oh, where, I was talking about, but no, he said, how could he explain to his 10-year-old, the 10-year-old was right. Yeah, he did say that, Joe. We go back and replay that. I do it often. He went to a church and made the big announcement, no longer going to sign death penalty, not going to do it, even though he ran on it. The 10-year-old convinced him, because the 10-year-old said, what's the difference, Dad? You're still taking a life.
The 10-year-old was as far as he was concerned, and admitting the 10-year-old was the adult in the room.
Yes, I got your point. Yes, that's it. Using the 10-year-old son in order to show what a chameleon he is, and this goofy governor gives him the chance from Utah to discuss political violence. It's pretty much one-sided.
Right. I thought it was a pretty interesting self-admission that he doesn't have the maturity that he wants everybody to think he has. Dom, request. There were so many good segments and questions and answers last night. Is there any way to capture all that and post it in different excerpts on, what Scott's replies were?
Oh, absolutely. We should, I'll get on it, and we can I think, Henry, it gets put up somewhere, the whole thing, but we could isolate some. We got to get from the if you can, the Trump stuff. It was pretty early in the beginning. The Trump stuff was gold.
Oh, I was glued. I mean, I was fully raptured by, and captured by everything he had to say. And it was so pragmatic and like his book, Common Sense.
But you know what, Joe? Even he didn't get the gold that I was mining for there when he said, yeah, Dom, Stephen Miller has to live on a military base. I went, whoa, wait a minute, Scott.
What's wrong? What's wrong with the picture? Is what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, who knew that, Joe? This is news. My God. He's got young kids. Yeah. They have to be protected by living behind a chain link fence on a military base?
Well, I mean, you can only address so much. I mean, he's not in the lion's den. He's in the hyena's den when he's up against.
That's well put. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Short of saying he's a Jessica Tarloff of CNN, he has a multi-front battle to wage when he's on that show.
Yeah, exactly. Joe, what's your side?
My side, Dom, and through all my happy hours down in Cherry Hill, I don't think I was ever nipped in the butt.
That is good. Thank you, Joe. You made your bones this week already with the singles bar. That was nuts. Okay. Lightning round is next. Yeah, we'll try to get some of that Trump stuff tomorrow. He really got the flavor of what Trump does when you come into the Oval Office, I think. And the hand gestures, too. It's visual. It's 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became number one 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad, which was the number one beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, let's go to Sam Chu in Radnor. Sam, what's yours today?
Oh, Dom, how you doing? I love your show, as you know.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay,
very much.
but just before that, I want to mention I hosted a radio show on WCCO for 5 years, from 2000 to 2007. Then I moved back to Philadelphia. I have to tell you, Dom, I don't mean this in any judgmental way, but the Hmong community that moved in there from Vietnam are the most wonderful, assimilating, contributing populace out there. But the Somalis, when they moved in, they simply did not. They resisted assimilation. And the city, which was otherwise a wonderful city to me, became scary. And I'm not reflecting just my point of view, but and I think it's still that way. They just simply, it was very, very dangerous. They wouldn't they don't like us. They wouldn't pick us up in their cabs. And it was very disconcerting. And speaking of which, a real handout, a shout out to Mark Ross, because I know of Mark, and I'll tell you, the police department in the greater Minneapolis-St. Paul area are wonderfully dedicated, incredible people.
I hear you. Sam, I am against the clock here. What's your side, though? Thank you.
Oh, the side is this, This is one of the most misused words anywhere, even in radio broadcasting. The word didn't. People constantly say, I didn't go over to Dom and Rose house because they served gravy rather than so it's not didn't, D-I-N-T, it's did not.
Thank you, Sam, very much. That's a really good one. Sean, what's yours here? What did you like? Anything?
Yeah, so one of my favorite ones that I actually like was the one that was earlier from Robert. Robert had the one
Robert.
Yeah, the one with neither. Neither was one of my favorite ones.
Henry, how about you?
That and Gary Newtown with the Ask.
Okay, let's go with Robert. Let's put that into the hat. Tomorrow we continue our quest. It'll be our 4th, and then Friday we'll have the winner probably to go to Gallows this week. All right, Richie always next. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, and try to play a little bit of Scott tomorrow. The Trump stuff was just golden. Richie always next. Talk Radio 1210.